Cakez, see the truth. It is time to pack it up and restart in Java.
Make a good game and don't market it. The money will come to you. Test. Hello. Hello Cakez dog clown fucker bastard aka balloon stealer 77 aka bought a yoga ball because Primiagen has won aka truth equals ban aka nobody asked fuck you. Ha ha.
Good morning. I love cakes. Me too. Good day, Cakes. How's your neck? Still fucked up. It doesn't get worse, it doesn't get better. So, yeah. So like, I don't do this a lot. You know, this one right here, this thing, which I should, I guess. I
Pirate
mostly
software
focus on my
Pirate
legs,
software
trying to stretch
Pirate
them.
Software PogChamp.
Hi, let's fucking go.
Pirate
Let's fucking go.
software PogChamp. Pirate
Yes, sir.
software PogChamp. Pirate software PogChamp. Pirate software PogChamp. Pirate software PogChamp. Pirate.
I'm gonna disable the welcome messages soon. And shut up about pirate software, okay? Stop. If you're so fixated, go to his stream and talk about him there. It is just one guy, Cakes. I know. It's just one person that just can't behave. Should we ban him for saying hello today? And the welcome message? Yesterday I told him that I'm gonna ban him if he does set that welcome message, so... No. Yes. I like your style, BioAim. I like you, man. Hello, Real Supercool, by the way. Good morning. How's the game coming along? Ooh, my man, Kyoto. That's a cool emote. Thank you very much for 30 bits, bruv. Poll? Alright, let's create a poll. Mr. TCAP, can you please do some work? Mr. TCAP, come on. Can you create a poll? Asking if we should ban collector of stuff? Yeah? That would be very nice. He misbehaved yesterday, not today, Cakes. You can't wait with punishment. Oh, you can. You can take your time, evaluate the goods and the bads, and then decide later on. How long is the ban? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Anyone else keeps effing? Am I unstable? Let me double check OBS. Where is that? Statistics. I always forget where that is. Stats? I didn't drop any frames, no. So it's you. I guess I missed 4 frames. Yo, sexy daddy Cakes, how are you doing today? Hello, Peter. Good morning. I'm doing good today. Thanks for asking, man. I'm making... It's not perfect yet, but I'm making good progress with working, uploading to YouTube, streaming, and being there for my family, and playing soccer, and making food. Yeah. I'm working on it. Good morning, French monk. Good morning. Who the fuck's botting the poll? I should report that poll. But it's fine, well balanced. I'm trying, yeah. Like a game balance. We're gonna watch this later, by the way, guys. Arbo, okay. He called me a clown. I'm gonna time you out, Arbo, for 10 minutes. Even though you gave me a really good suggestion here. You don't call me a clown with emotes, okay? Thank you. Asshole. That was multi-voting, by the way. Yeah, it was multi-voting, I know. Morgen, Chef. Hey, Coco, good morning. Bro, I saw your YouTube channel. Last 5 videos can't even get 1k views. Your YouTube is literally dying. People are leaving because they're tired of your reacts. No, they are not. I don't really want to talk about it, though, because, like, I don't want to waste my time with you. Explaining you, but it's essentially different type of content that I didn't do before. Actually, that's the wrong channel. It's different type of content. Like this is a lawsuit about Palworld, which I never talked about that ever. I was making videos about C++ before. This is kind of talking about game development, but it's kind of niche, so not many people are interested in it. And this is talking about Unity. I never got more views talking about Unity. It's just normal. So no, you're not. That's not true. Also, this video is starting to pick up. So no, it's just some videos get more views than others, and that's just how it is. Okay. And I'm not gonna say more about it because I can't be bothered. Though I want to watch this later. Sweet Baggy Imp Inc. Yeah, like I wanna watch that from Asmongold's Reddit. But yeah, I don't wanna spoil the stream for you guys actually. Like, rough. Should be a secret. Okay, you didn't hear anything. I thank you very much for 10 bits, Kurdo. By the way, guys, if you donate 50 bits, there will be a sound effect. I'm not joking. I didn't implement it fully yet, because I'm still working on it, but there will be a sound effect. So if you wanna donate bits, the next time try 50. And I will probably do a poll for which type of sound effects you want to have in the future. Just a heads up. Will you clap your cheeks? You will clap your cheeks? No. Hey, Chucks. Good morning, Luch. I don't hear what? Asmongold regressed so hard. All he does is react to clickbait DAI shit, how he has fallen. No, that's not true. He does do a lot of reacts, that's true, yes. But he just does interesting content. He talks about interesting topics. And you do have to realize something. And maybe you are younger than me. Maybe not. I can't really tell, Rico. But at least for me, I'm his age. And I'm interested in the same things. When I was younger, I wasn't interested as much in this type of stuff. I was more interested in playing games, maybe some, you know, pork stuff like, oh, this game, this champion is really overpowered and stuff like that. Like, for example, I played a lot of League of Legends. Rico is 20. Yeah, so when I was your age, I was more interested in that. Asmongold is making videos that he's interested in, and obviously he knows what's interesting, and so he makes those videos. But ultimately, I'm essentially his target audience too. And I'm interested in the same things. And so I mostly talk about, like in game development related terms, talk about the same things because it's just interesting to me. But I'm older. I'm like 34. I think that's just normal. When people get older, their interests change. So while, let's say, you're very interested in games, when you're in your 20s, you will talk more about, let's say, games like 18s, teens. You will talk more about the games that you play and what happens in the games, like the gameplay and stuff like that. But as you get older, you have seen a lot and you talk more about things in general, how like the companies act, move, what they do, what happens behind the scenes, stuff like that. So you're more like, it's difficult to explain, but that's how I feel everyone like evolves. I think Asmongold, while not always agreeable, has interesting takes. YouTube is very saturated with brain that reacts like XQC and Sniper Wolf. I think, yeah, like he has a lot of knowledge. Like sometimes he doesn't know what he's talking about, of course. That's normal. You can't know everything, right? Unless you just research everything before you talk about something. Then you can come off as someone that knows everything. But ultimately, when you do reacts on the fly, let's say, you can't know everything. However, you become grumpy essentially. You don't become grumpy. You just become... You get hurt. And that sadness or that pain changes you in a way where either you become frustrated or you want to do something about it. And so some people want to do something about it by making videos, by talking about it. Get rid of that emote. Get rid of that emote right now. TV, get rid of this emote. I'm not Pirate Yoinkware. Guys, stop it. Why can't I see emote? Emotes, that's an extension, a browser extension. Who added that emote? Cakes, me too, but I'm already past that useless videos and reacts he does. I would prefer to get entertained to watch drama or videos that we already know what's going on, like social issues. I would prefer to get entertained to watch drama. I mean, there's a lot of drama on his channel too, I don't understand. Get rid of the emote, last spam, TCAP. Guys, can you stop making the fucking pirate software comparison? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, what is the issue? Can I just stream? I just don't understand. I totally don't. It's not pirate software, it's pirate yoinkware. Okay, yeah. I missed the word there. I would prefer to get entertained rather than to watch drama. But you do understand that you're not his audience then. Entertainment comes in different forms. You know that watching paint dry can be entertaining? It always depends. Anyways. Let's do some game development. Important video. What is this now? What is this now? Important video by TCAP. Okay. 5 views. 5 minutes ago. Unlisted. Okay. What is this? Is that... Oh, this is... I know what this is. Not bad, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? What is this? Wait, I just noticed that's me. Hey. What the fuck? Holy. What is this? Circus theme song? Coffee lava? Holy shit. What is this? What did you make this game with? Holy moly. Cakes, I get your point, but I wouldn't agree with the age thing. Immo, from the clips I see, and maybe they are just the bad ones, he gets angry at useless stuff. I'm not saying that at all. Like, yeah, and that's your opinion. You need to look at his YouTube demographics. You need to look at this. I'll show you, but then I'm gonna stop talking about it, okay? Because I want to do some stuff today. Want to make some good progress on my game. I realized how important it is to not finish my game, but to have my game online, where some people can download it and give me feedback. I realized how important that is, and so that is currently my number one goal. I want to focus on that every day if I can. So we're gonna work on game balance today, yes. We're going to make sure that the game gets balanced, and I have about 20, 30, 40 rounds maybe, so that you guys can enjoy the fuck out of the game. That there's enough gameplay for at least 2 hours. That's how much I want to have in the game. And then you guys can give me enough feedback so that I can improve the game as much as possible. Anyways, you need to look at... How do I find that? Wait a minute, let me see here. Is that audience? Ah. It's exactly like my audience, yeah. There we go. This is what you need to look at. And then you know what audience you have. So for Mr. Beast, this bar here is here. For example. For us Mongols and me, this here. People that age are more interested in the type of content he does, and I do, than other types of content. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's applying to you. I'm applying it to a general volume of people. Okay, to like in general. There's always exceptions, of course. So, by the way, I did change something off stream. Not much, but a tiny bit. I did make this withered scimitar look a little bit better. Number one. And number two is I did change how bleed works. So essentially, let's get the Wolfang Fist and give him the withered scimitar. Not how it works, but how it's displayed. It looks, in my opinion, it looks better now. See that? The droplets of blood come in faster now. You see this? What do you guys think? Is that a good change? Do you like this? I had a small programming issue or programming bug, let's say, with this. I think it feels much more bloody now, in my opinion. Okay, cool. And so today we are going to keep on balancing, of course. My penis has a similar shape to that scimitar. Why would you delete message? Thank you. Pin of shame. Cakes remove blood offensive. Cakes, I watch him 90% less. I would watch him if he would do some original stuff. Also tired of him picking chatters and all that. He sounds smart, but he includes things that are obvious to everyone. He's almost never right. No, he's almost always right. I think you just don't like him anymore. Maybe he had a take that you don't agree with. I guess we argue on different points. I think he did better opinion pieces 2 to 3 years ago. I see. Yeah, maybe he changed. Maybe you don't like his opinions right now. I think his opinions are okay. So guys, the way I see it is like this, okay? Have you ever read a book about some very smart person? And I'm not saying that like he's a very smart person. I'm just saying that, have you ever read a book about, I don't know, who's a really smart person? Nietzsche? I don't know. Like I don't really know authors. But I know that guy is always mentioned a lot. And so these people are really smart, right, in what they say, but they're not always correct. Ichi? So this guy has some takes that are very interesting and important, right? But not all of them are right. And so how I see it is like this. You take the ones that you agree with and you think about the ones that you don't agree with, and then you don't have to agree 100% with the person. You know, you can agree on some points and you can disagree on some points. So for example, yeah, that's how I see it. I don't want to go more into this, but yeah. When are you going to react to this video, Cakes? The comments are getting overwhelmed by you guys too. By the way, 38-1. Guys, thank you. Okay, let's move on. You know, let's just agree to disagree, right? All right, Mr. Kiro, you earned yourself a 5-minute break. Think you're making fun of my reacts. I don't appreciate that. I put a lot of work into those. Bitch. Even with a baby. Asmon has a net worth of $5 billion. No, he does not. 5 million maybe. Not billion. Cake's funny how that's exactly what Pirate Software said on yesterday's stream. Ah, shut up, bitch. Like, shut the fuck up. Just leave me alone. 10 minutes, man. Let's go get into coding. He's holding me back. Hello, Aizen. Good morning. What is that? Blah? 5 million net worth at 34 years old is average. No. It's not average. What are you talking about? Anyways, let's just move on. Like, holy fuck. What is this shit? Like, it's not average. What are you talking about? Is there some stupid K-Kona, dumbass, American land? What? 5 million cents maybe? Yeah, like, what is this guy talking about? Cakes, open your spreadsheet and let's go. Yeah, so. Yes, exactly. You don't have to open it, brother. It's still open. It is still open. Hey, Shrubtor! My man! That's the person I love in my chat to have, you know? Mr. Shrubtor, good morning. How are you doing? Hello. Good morning. This chat is really crazy. Yeah, like there are some idiots here, you know? You just have to teach them a lesson. Dumbasses, you know? Anyways, now, skeleton armored. I deal 10 damage to him with my weapon. That is not enough. So I'm thinking about a further upgrade that is not too expensive, not too cheap. Essentially, guys, what I'm trying to say here is I will probably do the balloons thing. I did play balloons a lot. I think yesterday night. Not a lot, but I did like think about it a lot. Bloons has 5 upgrade levels. Okay? And you know how Bloons does upgrades? It's something like this, usually, not always. You know, it's different between heroes, and so I might do that too. But essentially like this. Where is this? Yeah. So essentially in Bloons. And we can take away from this that they thought about this in a long time and it does make sense.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Shintai84 is gifting 5 sub to the community.
Shut the fuck up, Moon Rabbit, okay? The first word I hear is blue. Shut your fucking mouth, bro. Is that your first message? Bro, thank you so much for 5 gift subs, man. I really... You're incredible, man. Thank you. You're so generous. I don't know what to say. Did anyone good get us up? All of those are lurkers. Yeah, Sloth, you're a lurker. Code Wonderland, a lurker. I'm Steve. Or actually, Steve wrote some messages. Yeah, Days Codes and Linky. They all got lucky. They're all lurkers. But why take away the cute noted? What, you mean this? Noted should stay there. Guys, noted is cute and funny, yeah. I like that too. Anyways, thank you, man. That means a lot to me, bro. Guys, you saw how I didn't say I appreciate it? Did you notice that? I tried really hard to say something else. Cakes, will you generate waves or hard-coded or both? Hard-coded for now. Hard-coded plus an additional spawn or additional spawns on different levels. Anyways, guys, so here's how Bloons works. Okay, Bloons upgrades. Let's do upgrades. Let's move this in the middle. There we go. So here's how Bloons upgrades work. And I think this is really important to learn from because it does make sense. If this is gold here, and then this is the tiers of upgrades. You can get to 5 tiers. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And so for... let's say the Dart Monkey, the first upgrade is if this is the baseline of 100. And we can't really make it too high because it ramps up like crazy. Let's say this is 100, which is still too high. Then the first upgrade would be somewhere here. And I guess we'll make these in green, these dots, because then for you guys it's easier to see. So the first upgrade would be somewhere here on the graph.
You can't use it. Wow.
Asshole. The second upgrade would be close to this actually, somewhere here. And now this is where it gets interesting. The third upgrade usually, not always, usually does have a jump. So let's say over here we have the 500 mark. Actually, that's still too high. let's say over here we have the 500 mark. And here's 1k. The third upgrade can go all the way from here to here. Like we have a ginormous range that starts very high. So you do have a jump. But what about this section right here? What about this? Why is this here? Tier 1 and Tier 2. Well, I'll tell you why. It's because of dopamine. This right here are many upgrades, and many upgrades give a lot of dopamine. How do you spell dopamine? With E? Dopamine. And it does make sense to have like tiny upgrades in the beginning that do change your character in minuscule but meaningful ways. And then after that, having an upgrade that lets you take more time but gives you a greater change, gives you another great dopamine boost later. However, you do have some characters that you can place early on and upgrade them a lot and give you also something to do. And so that is the reason essentially why I'm explaining this. The reason for that is because I will probably change the upgrade numbers from 4 to 5 on every single one of those. And actually you guys can see it because my head is in the way, so I'll put it to the left. I will give you 5 abilities to upgrade. I can't make the second ability too powerful then. I will give you 5 weapons to upgrade, and I will give you 5 armor pieces to upgrade. No, I do have to think about whether I want to limit one path being fully developed and another path being secondary developed, and you decide to lock yourself out of a path, like in Bloons, exactly like in Bloons, or I do it differently. I will decide on that over time. Why did it say dopamine? Dopamine is something that releases whenever you feel, well, certain actions that you do releases dopamine in your body. So for example, if you eat sugar, that's a dopamine response from your body because you feel good. It's like a drug. Drugs also work with dopamine as well. They do release a lot of dopamine. Cakez, how many different enemies do you currently have? Well, let's take a look. I think it's better to take a look here. So I'm currently, by the way, I'm currently trying to, and I might not do that and introduce this enemy later, but I'm currently trying to balance this guy right here. But let's see, I have the crawling skeleton, which, where is he? Where's the crawling skeleton? Eh? Am I blind? Guys, do you see the crawling skeleton? Am I blind? Ah, I have the crawling skeleton. I have the black crawling skeleton. Cakez, but I find it interesting right now. If you need me, I'll be watching Pirate Software's VOD. Okay, see you in an hour. Bitch. Really annoying, this guy. Let's see, timeout, collect off stuff. You can play that. And follow, you can play that too. Thank you, bro.
Gotcha, bitch!
I guess we can toggle notification pause.
I still can't do it! If I move the mouse so fast, it's so
Thank you,
frustrating!
Anna, for this
This part is so fucking dumb!
The amount of enemies Cakez has usually depends on his concurrent viewer count. So I have 97 enemies right now. That's a lot of enemies, bro. I'm pretty sure that Azen Riz is on my side, right, Azen? Right, Azen? I know you're toxic sometimes, but you're on my side, right?
Stream. Please keep your functions shorter than 5 lines.
So 1, 2, 3, that's a boss. 4, that's a skeleton. That's a boss. 5, 6, that's an armored skeleton, very high armor. 7, that is a skeleton that tosses bones, projectiles that bounce between enemies. I have implemented the ability, I have implemented the enemy, but I have not currently added it to the game yet. But it's there, okay? Everything's implemented, but it as part of the rework, it's gone. What was I? 7? 8? We have the mage right here. This guy is a magic user that does use magic abilities that target certain weak hero types. This guy will be interesting to implement because I want him to effectively spawn a bunch of fireballs that fly in the air and target weak heroes that are in certain positions. So this one's gonna be very interesting to fight against. So what was I, 8? 9, that is supposed to be a boss here. Oh yeah, I have these shamblers too. Oh yeah, and this guy too. So 9, boss, 10. This guy is a spear tossing guy, very high range with a lot of pierce. So the spear can pierce through a lot of your units. And I think that's it. I mean, I do have this shambler here as well. So I guess that's 11 and then 12. But they are implemented, though they don't fit the theme at the moment. So that's what I have. And I do have a bat as well. That is not done 100% yet. And these are old enemies. I will get rid of them. They look like ass. And I do have this guy too that I can use. Yeah, I do have this guy as well. But not animated yet. So I don't know what I'm gonna do with him. But yeah, I will animate him and maybe turn him into a rock. Like a rock. You know, Geodude maybe? Something like that, you know. Oh yeah, and this guy from Holden My Groin. We have that boss too. Gale Watts. Yeah, Gale Watts. Cakez, bro, delete my castle from your sprite sheet. I saw it. You're not allowed to use that. Okay. Done. It's gone. This guy's gonna sue me, guys. I believe that he would even do that. So, anyway, so yeah, those are my sprites. And, or my enemies. So I do have some. Show screen, you copied it. I didn't, like, listen. I'm not gonna use it, it's fine. Stop annoying me. And stop lifting the ban on collector of stuff, Mr. GCap. I see you. Okay. Lives forever in Git history. It's Coffee Lava. Yeah, sure. He's not even here, bro. He's not even in chat, bro. You're lying to me. Anyways, okay. Let's see. I think these are all the enemies. Who am I? So yeah, I do have quite a few. And I'm currently trying to balance the armored skeleton that has 1000 HP. Which, you know, if let's say we have 100% armor penetration, then how many hits does it take to kill him? 18 hits. I don't know what to introduce yet, or now, that's the thing, right? So if we're talking about gameplay, we're currently in round 3. Let's see. Good morning all. Hello there, Silas. Good morning. I think I wanna work on the low-level upgrades. Though I can actually get 2 upgrades. I can get a weapon and an item here. And I guess these items need to have more offensive power. Otherwise they don't make much sense. They do give me some defenses, but they also need to give me some offensive. Like, so maybe 2 defensive buffs for an item. You guys can't even see it. So for example, this leather helmet, right? Let's say 2 defensive buffs and 1 offensive buff. Cakez, how do you factor in slowing abilities to your spreadsheets, since it would result in more DPS? I don't. Nix on YouTube asks, maybe a stupid question, but I'm curious how you managed to make your video, how the game would look in the future without completing it in code. I'm just curious because I don't know. Okay. How you managed to make your video, how the game would look in the future without completing it in code? I never did that. It's not Nix, guys. It's some other person. You did? You mean my very first devlog, Nix? Probably talking about episode 1 of Celeste. Oh, well, because I finished the game first. And then I made the video, the first devlog. He thinks the video on the Steam page, Cakez. No, not the video on the Steam page. Which video do you mean? You need to clarify. First devlog, let's watch that. No, the audio's shit. I don't want to listen to my shitty audio, bro. The Steam page. Actually, that's an old version of my game, bro. I updated the game to look differently. The game is now completely different from what it was before. That's why. I dramatically changed my game because the Steam page, I'm always right. Yeah, Galaxy Media, you were right. You're not always right, but you were right this time. I put out a demo version to the public, and that didn't do well. I literally have 6 minutes of median playtime on my demo. People hate my game, bro. I have like 1 player a day. So I needed to change my game dramatically to improve the chances of becoming a billionaire. Okay? So that's what I did. That's why it looks so different now. And it's not the future, it's actually the past. Update the Steam page and start getting the wishlist, Cakez. Yeah, I'm working on that right now. That's why we are balancing this. Sigma billionaire grinds it. True. So, I think we need to rework how these items give buffs to the player. So, for example, projectile count, attack radius. These items do kinda do, like, they do something. I mean, this does buff my player. Hey, Mr. Almeida, how you doing, bro? Will the game cost? How much? And when will it be released? The game will cost 15 euros. I will release it hopefully in the next 2 years. And the demo version hopefully towards the end of this year. Should I add visuals to the Steam page? Working on it, working on balance. No point. No point in wasting time right now. Guys, my theories always get supported by evidence, okay? So I do not need to change my Steam page right now because I do not have enough to show yet. I will tell you, I wait for the one clip that shows my game properly and it will gain enough views if it is interesting enough. It will be worth... So guys, fine. We're gonna talk about this for just a second. But that's the last time, okay? X.com. Please tell me.
I don't want to be like Cakez.
Let me find that. It's not here, is it? There's no way I will find this. Absolutely no way. I don't even know how to scroll this. Is there a way... following. I'm following these people. I think I'm following this Centurion guy, right? I'll try to find it really quickly. Must be here somewhere. It's gotta be here somewhere, is it? I'll have it in a second. Where is he? Oh man, I guess I can't find it. I found him. Yeah, it still holds true today. So, is there a way to see posts? So, this is essentially what happens. And again,
am I so out of touch?
I try not to... I don't want to be negative. I don't see this in a negative way.
Big tick support for 10 years.
Thank you. I'm Emo. Bro, thank you so much for the support. I really mean it. It means a lot to me. Thank you, man. And welcome back. 10 months subscribed. That's incredible, bro. Listen, guys. So the reason why I don't perma-post is because I see a lot of examples every day. And I want to say right now that I don't hold anything against this guy. I don't hate him. I don't think he does bad things at all. I don't think his game is bad. Nothing like that. I just see certain examples, and I see for myself that what happens if I post some random updates about my game every day? And this is what he does. He's doing showing a lot of stuff for his game. That's his game. He's posting a lot. He has like 2,000 posts. Okay, and he always shows his game very, very often. And you can see here that, and he's very, very consistent with this. He doesn't get many views. He spends a lot of time recording, showing stuff, and posting, and writing posts, and putting in hashtags. All of this time, okay, is a lot of time invested into this. But unfortunately, the outcome is not that good, not that high. It's Twitter, he doesn't know he has to bot his views. No, it has nothing to do with botted views, bro. And you could say the same thing about YouTube. And so that's why I don't do it. That's why I don't spend time on my Steam page right now, because the change from that version to my version, while drastic, is in my opinion not drastic enough to warrant a change right now. Because I would be wasting my time, because I would need to change my Steam page again later. And so I don't want to make it twice. He doesn't have Twitter Premium. That means his tweets do not get shown. Biggest mistakes. I don't agree. Totally don't agree, bro. Like, I'm the most terrible Twitter user of all time. Okay, like, how do I find my posts? I don't even know how to use my posts, bro. Like, where do I find my posts? On my profile? Like, I have no followers at all. Okay? And there's some stuff where even I get more views than he does. How does that work? How do I get more views? I don't have Twitter Premium. It's not about that, bro. Absolutely not about that. Where's this? Yeah, that one, for example, has 1,000 views. Like I just showed you 3 posts of his that didn't break 1,000. If you had Twitter Premium, would be 10. No, I don't agree. I don't agree. Like, the algorithms just want to promote interesting stuff. Not only he invests time, but also the audience gets bored if it goes on for too long and too often. That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. And so I did realize that, guys, I've been doing this for a long time, okay? It's been 3 years already. Almost. We need like 2 or 3 more months. Then it's been 3 years. It's been 3 years, okay? I've posted a lot of shit on the internet. And I see a lot of examples. Cakez, a good idea is to start farming wishlists close to the release before they forget about the game. Ideally combined with a Steam Fest. Ideally close to the release. We'll see how I'm ultimately gonna do it. But that's the reason why I don't post at the moment. I don't have anything to show. The game is in deep development right now. We are building the systems. And I have nothing cool to show. I could show, let's say, this ability. It doesn't show much. There's not much that this ability would bring to the players or to the potential players, the potential customers, gamers. There's nothing to show here. I could show upgrading my unit. Great. But what does that do? That's like a very basic tower defense mechanic. Doesn't do anything. Like, people have seen that like 10 million times. And my way of upgrading isn't even special. Cakez, but you can't be put on top of the demo Steam section anymore, right? I don't know. Who am I? I have no idea. I would have to see. And hello, Yuva on YouTube. Welcome, bro. How are you doing? Hope your Pirate Software game jam was good. We talked about it a little bit. And hope you're doing all right. Besides that. My Twitter profile popped off after I bought the Cybertruck. Really? No, he participated in the Pirate Software Game Jam. That's why I'm asking. Okay, we need more interesting buffs on these guys. The Magic Mantle, guys. I want to replace this. I think this is boring. It just boosts my defensive stats. How can we replace this magic mantle with something that makes sense? Maybe something that allows me to get bleed increases. I guess, yeah, this is for projectiles. Maybe I want to use something else here. I disagree though. I think you should share small things. People just love seeing progress no matter how small. It's maybe a basic mechanic, but at least it gets some traction. Any views worth it? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not worth the time, bro. Absolutely not. You have to realize that every time you do something, you invest money, aka time, into what you're doing. And if the outcome for what you're doing is less than the time you spend doing it, you're effectively losing money, aka time. And you only have a limited amount of that in your lifespan. So no, it's not. It's bloat. It's noise. It doesn't do anything. It's no point. I've done that, bro. I've done that. I've had the same mindset. So think about it like this. You could be working 10 hours a week on this, okay? And you get 5 wish lists more a week from doing that. Or you could work 100% of that time, the 10 hours, on your game. And you could post one 30-second clip that takes you, let's say, let's be generous here, it won't ever take you that long, but let's say it takes you 30 seconds, 30 minutes to do that. So now you have worked 10 weeks on that awesome feature. That's 10 times 10 hours you saved, 100 hours. And for that 30-second clip, it's a really good clip. You get more than the entire views combined and traction to your game than if you were to post a bunch of small things. And you spend less time. I'm developing a game right now in Godot, 2 to 3 months. I do not have any game programming knowledge. I want to level up my game programming by learning C++ and creating a game engine. What kind of path should I take in your opinion? What kind of path would you take if you started today? And I knew that I wanted to do C++ game development. And you don't know anything about C++. What I would do if I wanted to start making games in C++ right now, I would go here. Go to YouTube and then I search a C++ tutorial. And then I would take one of those 4-hour course tutorials. Because essentially you want to get this over with as fast as possible. And build some base knowledge of C++. And then once you do that, I would do a game tutorial. C++ game tutorial. And do that. Follow that tutorial and then maybe tell yourself that, okay, let's say you do this, right? The STL2 C++ tutorial. These are reasonable chunks, I suppose.
Let's make games.
These are reasonable chunks. So you give yourself the task of completing one of these videos. That means watching it first and then coding it yourself every day. So you build a habit. Okay, it doesn't have to be this tutorial right here. I do have a tutorial myself as well. Celeste, you know, can also be my tutorial, of course.
Well, thank God we...
Okay. I remember that. That was so funny. The Unity debugger, bro. Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah. And so you make a tutorial a day, and once you're finished with the tutorials, that's when you start making your own game. You do not wait that long to make your own game. You need to build a base first, some basic knowledge. Once you're done with that, you go and do your own thing. You explore. You stop watching tutorials. You make it a point to just explore. You start a program. You have some knowledge of what you did in the past. And you do your own thing. You experiment, essentially. And that's how you get into it. You build the consistency throughout the tutorials by telling yourself to make a lesson each day. You know, so you build that consistency. And you don't need many days to build a consistency. It can be done in a couple of days. In like 1 to 2 weeks, you have built a consistency. And every day, you wake up, at the back of your head is, okay, when do I do my programming session for game development today? Okay, I'm gonna do it this time because today I have to do this and this and this. And that's how you build consistency. And once you have that consistency, it will be easier for you to get into your fresh project and make your own game, essentially. So yeah, that's how I would do it. That's what I would do if I wanted to get into C++ today. And you notice that I didn't shout out any specific resources, because ultimately what is the most important thing is that you make mistakes and learn from them. And that can't be taught in a tutorial. That's up to you. Hello, there's Razor and Diamond and Ashnobs, good morning. And Rebel, good morning. If you're a new programmer, you want to learn C++, then ultimately you end up being like Cakez and you don't want to be that, right? You are banned for 5 minutes. Bitch.
Gotcha, bitch.
Lazruia, thank you very much for following. Welcome. Man. Guys, I have a question. Whatever, let's just not talk about this. I'm doing okay. I didn't end up submitting my game to the game jam. I didn't get far enough for my liking in only a week. I did get a good framework build though. I bought a humble bundle with 40 gigabytes of sound effects and music. Pretty good stuff, sample stuff to use. That's awesome. YouTube recommended your channel today, and here you are. Which YouTube video are we talking about, mister? Good morning and welcome. Hello, sir. Awesome. See that, guys? We got 1+1 from YouTube. Isn't that awesome? Well, if you bank your track... Wait, so what were you talking about? Again, like Toasty, maybe you have done this yourself and you do have some... You do have some knowledge that I don't, but so far the best examples that I've seen, I disagree though, you should share small things. Only game jam I joined is Belle de Film Jam. Not every post needs to be 30 minutes, you can just record a 5-second. Not every post needs 30 minutes. You can just record a 5-second clips of you upgrading unit, write some text, working on expanding the upgrades available for Tangerines and post. I'm not saying daily, but if you finish a task on Trello, I feel like you can post about it. While if you bank on traction on one video every 3 weeks, you're putting too many eggs in one basket. I kind of disagree. I see what you mean. I mean, both things can work. However, I think your job as a game developer and poster, because if you're a solo game developer, your job is to understand what could potentially be, how do you say that? Viral material? I don't want to say viral, but interesting material, because ultimately that's what you need to do and bring to the table if you want to have a good game. And so just posting random stuff in the beginning can help identify if you have good stuff or not, and I would always do that, but at some point I would just narrow down to the interesting stuff and then just post that. Tangy Defense 3107 was the video that got recommended. Oh, that was the gameplay video one, right? So you watched the Cakez dev YouTube channel. Cool. That's awesome. Welcome. How do you know if something is viral if you do not know what people like? You know what? You get a feeling for what people like if you've been on the internet for a long time and you have posted stuff for yourself and you have seen what works and what doesn't. Now, there's not always a recipe 100% that it will work, but you do get more efficient at finding out what people find interesting and what they don't. Small videos help find that out. Yes, exactly. So that's what I said. I did that in the beginning, and now I just don't see a reason to do it because I know that it will not get much traction, and so I just won't do it. Anyways, obviously it could be better, right? I could post and would grow a little bit faster on Twitter, for example, right? Ultimately, though, I do focus on YouTube and Twitch, and that's it. Okay, we all have our things we focus on, and I just don't have the time as well. But let's just move on. So today I want to keep on balancing, and I think it would be a good idea if we start balancing these items. We have a leather helmet that gives ability duration by 20%. A bleed inflicted is a duration thing in the game. That means a bleed, I think it lasts for 2 seconds. And now 20% more of that 2 seconds. How much is that actually? That's 120 seconds. So that's definitely 20... Wait, 120... No, well, that's not 120 seconds. So wait a minute. 2 seconds is 2000 milliseconds. And 20%, 2 point... Wait a minute. 10%, 2.2, 2.4. Is that 2.4 seconds? Am I stupid? So I think it's like 2.4 seconds. Correct? 2.4 seconds is... Let me check here. Bleed duration. Wait a minute. Bleed duration. We'll figure it out in a second. Aha, so 2 seconds and 20% for, for 2 seconds is 2.4. Yes. So 20% increase would turn this 2 seconds into 2.4 seconds.
Gotcha, bitch.
Pirate Software fan. I'm gonna ban this guy. I know that who this guy is. Account created 1 minute ago, following since 10 seconds. I'm new here. Hi, I'm new here. Yeah, sure. Possible ban evader. Yeah, of course. A possible ban evader.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm Princess. Good morning. Thank you very much for following. Hello, Princess. Greetings, sir. Hello there, Gideon. Good morning. Okay, now guys, enough talking. Now we're actually going to start the programming. So, bleed duration. I think this helmet can help, but I feel like it's not big enough of a buff. So maybe we do 1 defensive stat and 2 offensive stats. Maybe it feels better to invest into the leather helmet if it has 2 stats instead of 1. So 2 offensive stats. But then maybe these need 3 offensive stats, but then they are too overpowered, I think. Cakes, what's happening, my dude? Hello, Travis Roman. Nothing. We're currently working on balancing still. I have logged in. So we did what Mr. Timothy Kane talked about. We started pinning stats in the game. We started pinning enemies. And so we have now successfully pinned the first 2 upgrades for the defender in terms of weapons. So these weapons are pinned, mostly. And the enemies are pinned. And now I want to pin these items here. I want to give them... Yeah, I guess maybe like 3 stats. Or maybe just 4 stats on these items. Because you unlock them later. And they have 2 offensive stats and 2 defensive stats. Nice spreadsheets are really the way to go for balance. At least in the beginning, I think so, yeah. I mean, I did do the same by accident before. Please thank your wife for loosening the lid. She should thank me, bro. I loosened the lid. Let's see here. Leather helm. What could we give the leather helm as a boost? We have 2 defensive stats. I think armor 30 is a bit much. Let's do 20, by the way. Ability effect duration. What would the leather helmet do, by the way, guys? Leather is something that you use when... Do you still plan on making the bots? Yeah, I still plan on making bots. But before I make the bots, I built a game action recording system and replay system. That is the #1 thing on my priority after balancing, let's say, 20 rounds. Because I want to know what you guys do in the game and have that file be sent to me through some server or something, so that I can figure out what you guys are doing and where you guys get stuck. Because that's ultimately, you guys are then my bots. That's how I see it. You will spy on us? Yeah, I will. Flat damage increase might be OP. I mean, we could give physical damage. And maybe we increase the physical damage. It's like a percentage increase. We get health, defense, and then a decent physical damage increase. I would have to factor this in. How can I do this? I have armor penetration here. Let's see here. Let's see. Phys increase. And then the physical damage here is not 40, but it is... Well, actually, it is. It takes 40. Fuck, I can't just type it in there, can I? I want the full leather dominatrix Tangy. Since it's a low level item, a small flat increase, then big juicy helmets late game, percent increase. Yeah, could also be that. I spy on all my players. A toasty store. What type of game are you making? I'm interested to see. Maybe you're making a really good game. Did we talk about this already? I don't think I can do it. We talked about it before, Blazing Sales. Oh, he already... Guys, you know how many people come here and talk about their games? You think I can like keep track of every single game? Goldfish memory? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fuck you. Let's see, how can I do this? I want to type in 40 and be done with this, but I guess I can't. I don't want to change the entire list now. Fuck, how can I do this? How can I multiply this entire line by a percentage value here without having to change this? Without essentially having to times like 1 plus this. Oh shit. Without having to do this. And then I could say, well, 10. Physical damage increase. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Physical damage increase would be 0.2. Okay. 0.2. Yeah, so that's 20% physical damage increase. $B1, $B2 or something. Yeah, I don't think it works. You know why? Because I want to go here and type in 40. And then in this list is just 40. And so ultimately it will just display me 40 here. And so the physical damage increase needs to be calculated. Like I would need to have a physical damage base. And then I would essentially have to do this. Phys damage final is essentially equals this times 1 plus this. And then I would like to $the 7, because that would be the increase value. And then we can assign that to the right in this. C2 is 55 plus C. I see. So this needs to be a $2. There we go. There we go. And then we would just use the physical damage final in all of these calculations. But oh man, that's annoying. Every time I have B2, I have to do B3 now. Oh god, that's super annoying. Really annoying. Yep. Fine. I'm gonna update this. It is how it is. I was originally started by 4 dudes. They worked on it for a while. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, exactly. And the game looked really good. What was the name again? It's okay. I forget my pads 99% of the time. Blazing Sails. Let's see here. Blazing Sails. Oh, yeah. Dude, that was a huge game. Exactly. It's crazy. You can live off this, right? How much is it? 14 euros? Does it have a demo version? Not anymore, right? You don't need a demo version anymore. And so you're constantly gathering data from your players, right? How many people are playing this right now? Is it... Are there a lot of people playing? Charts? Oh, wow. Very nice. Dude, you're much better than Concord. It's not a high bar though. Damn, that's awesome. Look at this. You get like 100 players. Over 100 players. That's crazy, bro. Release had 800 players. Wait, it's more max. No, the release had 1,600. Damn, that's crazy. And you kept it very high for a while. I wonder what happened here. Did you make an update here? Why is that? What happened here, bro? Can you explain this? Because ultimately it looks always the same, kinda. Huh. That's odd. What happens there? So yeah, for those of you who want to know, this is a game made by a person in chat, Toasty Stump, I guess. And really a successful game, man. That's awesome. And he's currently working on it alone, and it's in release. It's hard to explain that dip in text, but you know why it happened. Okay. Is it made in Unity or Unreal Engine? It is made in Unreal Engine. Awesome. We got like 340,000 unique players. Damn. All I keep hearing is Blazing Saddles. That's a multiplayer game, Cakez. I'm not recommending gathering player data for single player game. Maybe your demo only. No, I will always gather data. That's really important. Now, like, it depends, of course, right? It depends. It always does. Because essentially, what is the most important thing is that the players like your game. But how can you figure out if the players like your game if you don't look at some stats? For example, how many players are in your game and how long do these players play your game for? The median play time. And the stats that I would gather is just, well, where do they struggle the most? Also, don't forget this graph doesn't show our Epic players. Basically, servers were offline for a while during a rework of the backend. Then before the release, the servers were instantiated. I see. Okay, so that's, yeah, that does make sense. And have you been doing that alone? Like during this part right here? Were you working on it alone? Or did you work on it? Yeah, so you did all of this alone. And then you did the release alone and you're currently working on it alone. Yeah, and it seems to be, but it seems to be the same amount of players. How do you think you want to grow? What do you think you want to do to grow the game out from this point onward? What do you think is missing? Xbox release? So you don't try to make the players on Steam go higher? You are releasing on a different platform to have essentially the same amount of players or maybe more running in parallel to what you have right now. And so let's say you have 217 here and you don't, that's not counting the Epic players. Let's say it's the same. It's probably less for the Epic players. You add that on top and then you also add the Xbox on top. And so you're ultimately sitting at, let's say, I don't know, let's toss a random number, right? 500 players a day. And any other update that you could do would not result in that many players on Steam. And so you're focusing on multiple platforms first. With the current player base, it's not smart to focus on stuff like new game mode, because you risk just splitting your player base. Okay, so you can't really improve the game, is what you're saying? Is there no way to make the game better? Really? Like, what about the reviews? What's been our biggest loss of players is not enough features for the player retention. So couldn't you add that and then the player will stay in the game for longer? Would that work? Like, let's say you're done with the Xbox port, right? I'm asking because that's ultimately what I would do. Is this your game? This is the game from Toasty Stump in the chat. Very much planning to add it. Yeah, I think that's a way you could increase the retention and therefore the count of the players, right? Many game modes is a good way to kill a multiplayer game. So essentially more features. Kinda cringe. You couldn't remember Toasty. He's one of the 3 to 4 devs who have actually successful games in your chat. Okay, goodbye. We don't appreciate toxic people here. Now, that being said, let's move on to this. Let me fix this really quickly, okay? Okay, B3. Interview Toasty. You guys would like me to interview Toasty on his game and how he started making the game, how he's now making the game. Talk maybe a bit about... I didn't play the game yet. We sold 7 million, 7 million copies. But isn't that crazy good? You say it in a way where it sounds bad. To me, that sounds really, really good, bro. I hate making a change like this. Wow, it's 16? Because, well, it actually has 66 damage. Interesting. Still 7 million, dude. That's amazing. We gave the game away for free on Epic. Epic gave us money for it, so we were happy. Oh, really? Then I had a bug in my server load balancer and lost us like 40,000 in a weekend. How did you lose 40,000 in a weekend? Why? Because the server... What happened? Cloud pricing? Like, because the server exploded or what happened? How does that work? You had to replace the server? Alright, let's do this. Boom. I love this. Spreadsheet coding. Really cool. Finally, we are done. Okay, so now I can essentially increase my damage. So what I want to do here is... Oh, no, don't do that. I hate that so much. It's really annoying. This. Now, what was it? View, right? View and then freeze the rows and columns. Oh yeah, we do this twice. And then we can scroll down. And we can always compare. By the way, why does it skip 3 lines with one scroll? I wanted to skip 1 line. You see this? How it goes from 8, 9, 10 to 11? How can I scroll only 1? Like, who implemented this shit? Which idiot did this? It's really annoying. AWS Cloud... Wait, so how did that work? AWS Cloud pricing spawned thousands of instances while they couldn't register correctly with EOS being offline. Do you have count of people who bought it? Publisher restricted. I can see the next week's stream title now. Game balance, blazing sales after 100%. How much of the player base is Epic right now, approximately? Wait, does the publisher give you a percentage or a salary? Just a normal monthly salary. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you are you are developing the game alone and the publisher is getting all the money and you just get a normal salary? Wasn't that your game? Wait, did I understand this correctly? So you made this game with your friends together. You have 7,000 reviews on Steam. This is basically, you are a millionaire at minimum when you have that many reviews. At minimum. The game is selling for 14 euros, 15 euros. Dude, when you have a game on Steam that has 7,000 reviews, you have a million minimum. You should actually be a trillionaire. Exactly, Rico. Yeah. Iceberg Interactive. Yeah, so the publisher that we're talking about here is the Iceberg Interactive. Just calling me on Steam.
Gotcha, bitch.
God, this sounds so bad. And they are just selling you a salary. Okay, I guess we can talk about this then. I have nothing prepared, by the way. This is not going to be a great interview, but we can call him, yeah? Sure. Let me see. We'll just riff it, yeah, let's see. I don't have a camera for you, though. Well, we can try. Just type something in general, and I'll send you a friend request. And there's a guy that wants to get banned. Okay. Add friend. So I think I sent you a friend request. All right. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. I'm gonna call you. And you can try to... Don't ask again. Ready to start call. Jump when you're ready. I'm ready. Don't ask again. I guess... Yeah, I'm ready. And you can, like, try to set up a camera.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Cakez, mute music? Yeah, I'm gonna mute the music. Thank you.
We don't need no camera. We'll just talk. Just
Okay,
chit-chat.
wait. Guys, how loud is he? Can you say something one more time?
Hello.
Is he loud enough, guys? Good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
It's awesome. It's good. Yeah, so awesome. Yeah. We were talking about your game, but I guess you can explain first who you are, and I'm gonna let the game run while we watch.
Hello, my name is Toasty Stoop, also known as Wolf, which is my real name. I've been working on Blazing Sails for, I think, a little over 2 years now. I kind of lost track of time. Blazing Sails is not my first project, it's my second, so I have some experience in the game dev industry. I also went to university for game development in general. During my time in university, we focused on, like, you know, like kind of what you did. Make your own engine, though we used DirectX. We used C++, OpenGL, a little bit of everything. Also shader programming. But what's also important is during our university time, we very much learned about other areas in the game development. So we also learned how to do 3D modeling, how to do concept art, how to do 2D drawings, like texturing, materials, everything. And I think that's like a very good core to have when you want to go into the industry. It's like have knowledge of every single step, so you also know what it takes when you ask other people to work on something. After that, I worked on my first indie project. I've only done indie in my career so far. It was a small studio in Brussels. We got some investment from the US. We got a project running for $1.5 million, which was huge.
Damn.
And it was a super fun game, super cool concept. We had really good feedback.
What game was that? You want to share? Or is
Ari
it not?
and the Secret of Seasons. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Damn.
We
That's
looked at it last
crazy.
time as well. It was a fun project. It was very learningful, but it had a lot of like first-time project mistakes. Let's put it that way. Scope creep got the best of us, and while the game did really well, like it looked really unique on the PC and everything, when we started to port for Switch, we lost all graphic fidelity, and it kind of ruined the whole thing. On top of that, when it was released eventually, we had huge amount of bugs that weren't solved fast enough. So our initial interaction with the players was just kind of undervalued. But yeah, that was it was nice to have a project done from the very beginning because I joined Ari. I was the third person to get hired, and I stayed there till the end, pretty much, when we were about 15 to 20 people. So even though I was like just fresh out of like university, I did have like a managing position. I had people to like coordinate and kind of
Already.
like, learn.
Okay.
Yeah, to deal with that. I'm not saying we were all like students. We did have actually like very talented people that we got from different companies.
Can I
as you
just
saw.
pause for a second? Because
Yeah.
my baby is just going crazy. And
Daniel,
I
take
need to
care of
help
the
my
baby
wife for a
first.
second.
Yeah, go for it.
Zoe!
Okay, chat, now that he's gone, what should we talk about, right?
what
Should
you
we get
doing?
the real fucking juice? Let's get the tea out. Call him a clown? That's like too easy. It's too simple. It's like we all call him clowns in chat all the time. We need something. Give us one hot take. Oh, engines are overrated, but I think that everybody says that. Oh no, I have a good take. I fucking hate Cake's approach on marketing. Just if you have something that you think is fun or even like a bug, you make a clip out of it and you put it on every single fucking social media you have. We had a bug in Ari. I made a system you can pick up objects and like carry them around.
Sorry
but
about
it
this.
worked
Yeah, we will
on
resume in a second.
characters.
I'm sorry, guys. Okay, just a second. Yeah.
So you could like pick up
My
different
wife's
characters or
leaving
like
the
story
house
elements
I'm
and
just
just
gonna
carry them
have to
around the
quickly
map.
Help her with the baby. Okay.
People
Sorry
love that
about
shit.
But man,
Shut
you're
up,
doing
Cake.
an
I'm
incredible job
talking.
explaining what you're doing. You know, that's awesome.
A good game that's
Shut
a
up,
little market.
Cakes.
No, we do need. So
Oh, sorry.
I think you should post even small things that you think is not important. People, the most people that watch your posts aren't developers themselves, so they love seeing these like small technical things, like oh, I had this bug and I solved it this way, or like oh, this annoying thing, whatever. People love seeing that stuff because it's just like it's traction and people love it, and it doesn't take time. You just post clips. I agree with Cake in the form that you have to have also nice little videos that kind of encapsulate, oh, this is the progress I've been making over the last month, right? But everybody else is posting noise. So if you have one video in between the noise, you have a good chance that nobody sees it. While if you post a lot of clips, people will be like, hey, that's a funny moment. And then they're going to like maybe check out your profile. Then they might find your videos. So I'm just saying. But again, I'm also not a marketing person. I just do everything in my company because I'm the only guy working. No, it's fine. I think what everybody should remember that in the end of the time, in the end of the day, if you're passionate and you want to make something, you are, right? If you're making games and you make something, like, just finishing a game is like the most satisfying thing you can like imagine. It's so nice to have like, I made this or whatever, right? And even like with a game, like sure, Blazing Steel has some numbers, but do you think I go out in public and anybody knows about the game? Of course not. I have to always say like, yeah, it's a bit like Sea of Thieves, but you know, we're a small company. So it doesn't matter. If you made something, be proud of it. No, I don't know. I think Cakes is probably on the same page with this. You have to finish a game. Like if you don't finish a game, like, there's so many things you can't learn if you don't finish it. Setting up Steam pages fucking sucks, you know? Setting up like backend stuff, it sucks. It's like, I'll give an example. My girlfriend, she sells art like watercolor paintings and whatever, right? I'm not gonna link anything, but setting up the shipping is like the most painful part. And that's something you like don't experience until you get to that step. It's the same with games. Like making a game technically is easy. Releasing a game is hard. Yeah, I think I don't know if you're truthful, Rico, but I agree. You should making an engine and learning to do an engine is a lot of fun. But this is something that I think Cake could also improve on. There's something to be said about learning design patterns. Learning how to quote unquote correctly make a system is something that takes effort and experience. And while making your own engine can teach you some of those things, I think in general, just doing more gameplay systems as well can teach you that stuff maybe faster. So sometimes not focusing on the engine, but focusing on systems could be very good. What I used to do is when I finished my work and I would go home on the train, I would always work on like challenges. I would make myself challenges. I used to be huge on like pathfinding for enemy behavior and that kind of stuff, right? I used to make these challenges of like, how do I move a car? Because a vehicle, you can't rotate around its center point where you can with a character. Like A-Star, right? Exactly. I don't know if anybody knows the Unity A-Star, the pathfinding, A-Star pathfinding project, I think it's called. Unity A-Star pathfinding project. It's made by a Swedish guy. It's a really good project. I think it's so much better than the default built-in. I used to be a huge part of the community, like helping people out and work a little bit like on the code. Yeah, either way, like I used to love making these challenges of like, how do I automatically find points on the map for enemies to like drop down or jump up a platform? How do I make units in like a cluster move like RTS style? There's a lot of these things that I think breaking down into challenges and then only focus on the challenge itself can teach you so much more and teach you like I said, design patterns and the solutions for those issues while you don't have to focus on anything else.
Hi, I'm back.
Hi.
Thanks for talking to everyone while I was gone. Again,
no. We were talking about your back behind some trivial things. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's awesome. Toasty Stoop, do you stream? I need educational stream to balance out Cakes.
I used to do actual streaming quite a bit. I think especially during ARI, I used to stream some game development stuff as well. I don't know. It's like I think there should be a good balance between work and life in the end. I already have a really hard time at the moment. Like, no joke, I'm up to like 3-4 a.m. every single day working.
Damn, that's crazy. So
yeah,
I want to ask you why. Yeah. And I want to ask you how you got, because ultimately what started this is what you're working on right now, Blazing Sails. And you're telling me that you started this, like to get this correctly, right? You started this project together with friends?
No.
Who started this? Where is it coming from?
That's the part you've missed.
Okay.
So originally there's 4 people. There was 2 brothers and then 2 other brothers that were cousins of each other. And they all 4, they started this project. They all had some like interest in game development, and they were good at art. They're good at art. They're good at level design. They're good at game design. The only thing they sucked at, and they only learned by doing, is the programming part. So what that means is basically the entire game, what they've made is all in blueprints. This game is literally 100% blueprints. Blazing Sails.
Unreal Engine, by the way.
Blueprints, by the way, is Unreal Engine, exactly. It's a visual scripting tool used in Unreal Engine, which I think is phenomenal. Because on the one hand, it shows you how powerful blueprints can be, or how powerful visual scripting can be to still make an amazing, like, big project that is, quite involved. Obviously, performance is not always the best. And there's also something to be said about cheating issues, but we'll talk about that later, maybe.
Because it's multiplayer, your game, right?
The base of the game. Yeah, exactly. They built this game entirely through blueprints without knowing any programming really, and just learning by doing. And I'll give them this. I think that's brilliant. I think brilliant not in a smart way, but it's crazy that they've been able to achieve this, is what I should say.
I want to
That's not an
quickly
easy
chime
feat.
in with this. I think what you're saying is really the key that most people don't, that start out, that most people don't, like they don't see it at first, where you learn the most just by trying out something, and there's not going to be a tutorial that's going to teach you how to make your game. Essentially, that's what they made. And it's a really good example of,
100%.
it's a really good example of some people that are just trying out something and it works for them. And I think that's the best way to get into game development and anything in general. Okay,
I'll
so
check
you
the
joined them,
screenshot
right?
here.
Yeah.
You do end up. I'll put it in Discord so you can pull it up.
I see. That's
Obviously, you can
another.
show this on stream.
Oh God.
So obviously, because they're not programmers, they don't have a lot of understanding of structure. So you end up with code like this.
Goodness.
This is terrible. At least that's what it commented. There's a lot of classes, or there used to be a lot of classes in the game worse than this without comments. It takes sometimes hours to just read through what this is trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
And this is where I come in, right? So, like I said, about 2 years ago or so, I was finished with Ari. I was looking for a new project. I ended up, coming across them because they lived nearby. So I was like, I could try it out. I joined the team as a technical, basically, point. They, like I said, they weren't programmers. Some of the more tricky things like player progression or player stat tracking and those kind of things were out of their scope of capabilities. And that was it. Like, I did those things and we're like, okay, game is pretty much done. We're pretty much ready to release, right? We don't have much more we want to do with it. Also, the player numbers were kind of like already iffy at that point. So we're like, we'll just release as is. That is it.
That was
However,
in early access
before-
though, right?
That was,
Not
that's
re-release.
about a year and a half ago, I guess I would say. Now,
Yeah.
what happened is before we released, we got contacted by Epic. And Epic is like, hey, we came across your game. We really like this project and we want to work with you. That's the peak you're looking at. Is basically we had a free weekend. Yeah.
Oh,
Free
that's
weekends
not
are
actually
super
the
hard to
release.
get. No, that's the early access. We had a free weekend. It's really hard to get free weekends on Steam. Just getting one is kind of rare.
Okay.
I've been begging if we can get a second one, and publishers said no way we're gonna get a second one. Apparently, they're very hard to get. So
Okay.
yeah, either way.
And so,
That makes
like to explain that really quickly, a free weekend is where your game is free and gets advertised by Steam.
Yeah,
Or
but
how
you
does
don't
it
keep
work?
the game. So after the weekend,
Yeah.
you lose the game. It's gone out of your inventory.
Yeah.
But during the weekend, you can play as much as you want, as if you'd own the game, basically.
Sorry, my God.
No worries.
Okay.
So, Epic
Yeah.
reaches out and they're like, "Hey, we saw your game. We really like it. We want you to bring it to the Epic game store." And we're like, "Okay, that's an endeavor that we haven't thought about." I probably can't say necessarily details, but they are willing to pay for the migration of the game, or at least like the rework needed on the back end to get the game working with the Epic online store. For anybody who's not familiar, usually when you have a game, you implement some kind of store SDK. For most people, that would be the Steam API or Steam SDK, which allows you to, let's say, give the player an achievement or check for DLCs, or if you have multiplayer, find a multiplayer session, register a lobby, maybe voice chat. Those kind of things tend to go through an SDK such as Steam. Our game was fully built on Steam SDK because we're only on Steam. But Epic reaching out and like, hey, well, we want you to bring it to Epic Store, means we have to make the game also compatible with their store page and their systems. Now, Epic has a really good system for this. They have something called the EOS, or Epic Online Services. Epic Online Services is actually, in my opinion, one of the better ones available at the moment. It encompasses a lot of platform, and this is also why so many games these days are able to provide cross-platform with PC on Steam and Epic, or PC and PlayStation, or PC and Xbox, or whatever, right? Because Epic Online Services takes care of all the difficulties between these platforms.
Okay, I have a question there. Let's say you have something in the game that requires a mouse to, like, for example, track your mouse hovering over, let's say, an inventory item. In a PC game, you can just hover over that and then it lights up. But, for example, in a tablet kind of way, let's say phone, that would be the biggest difference. You don't have that. Do these APIs handle that case too, where they just turn this into a press?
No. That's more engine stuff. So that's where your engine will work. So in our case, Unreal Engine would take care of that. Unreal Engine is really good at converting mobile stuff into as if it's like press with a mouse.
Okay.
It's basically the same event.
Okay.
But yes, if you make your own engine, that is very going to be like the tricky part. And this is why a lot of people use something called communication layers, where you take the whatever platform you have, that being a mouse click or a mobile click, you bring it to the communication layer, and the communication says, oh, some click event has happened. So your game doesn't care if it was a mouse click or a tablet click, because your communication layer converted it from one, either the keyboard mouse or a tablet mouse, into a click event. And then, command patterns, or like I usually would call them communication layers, that converts incoming data into, for the game, it basically is like, okay, it's just a click event. It doesn't matter if it came from a controller or a mouse click or a tablet. And that's something the engine usually takes care of. What I'm talking about is more like, okay, I need to find available servers, right? Available servers, you need to go through some kind of,
actually the platform API to find servers.
Exactly.
Windows API, Linux API.
But no, not necessarily that. It's more about like an endpoint, because you need to ask somebody, hey, which servers are available? And you're usually asking Steam, hey Steam, what servers are available for this game? Or hey Steam, give me my friends list for this currently logged in player, right? Those kind of things you always have to ask Steam. And Epic Online Services does the same thing, but it does it for other platforms. So it allows you to, if you ask Epic Online Services, hey, I need my friends list, then Epic Online Services, oh, okay, but this is a Steam user, I'm going to go ask Steam. So Epic Online Services
so on
is like
Epic
a communication layer for both.
So Epic can find your Steam's friend lists as well?
Yes. So in my game,
okay,
if you open the game,
cross-store,
then it has all your Steam friends and all your Epic friends. But as long as you link those accounts, obviously. But if there's like Xbox available in the near future, it would also show your Xbox friends, because you can do all that kind of stuff through the Epic Online Services.
Okay, so I guess now I understand. And so that's why you want to actually go to the Xbox too. So that's the next thing you're working on, right? You want to go and have your game work on the Xbox, because then you have the Xbox friends, the Steam friends, and the Epic friends, essentially.
Exactly.
And you can have more players.
Work is already done, because we've already moved from the Steam SDK to the EOS SDK. Because EOS can handle Xbox and PlayStation and Switch and PC, both Epic and Steam. So rather than locking yourself into a Steam platform with the Steam SDK, which is what most people would do, it's also the easiest to implement, I would say. You kind of lock yourself to only being Steam. But if you use something like EOS, you can then just say, like, hey, obviously if it's a single player game, it doesn't really matter. But if it's a multiplayer game, it does matter, because people expect those things these days.
Yeah, I guess they do. So interesting. So if you were to make a multiplayer game, would you start developing, let's not say start developing, would you put it on Steam first still, because Steam is bigger than Epic?
Well, the release store is up to you, like personal choice in the end, right? I mean,
but can't you go to two? You're on both as well, aren't you?
I mean, yeah, I'm on both. Of course you can.
But let's say if you had to choose one first. So let's say you're going to put out a demo version first. you know, you want to build an audience for
You
your
just
game.
want me to say put it on this, right? No,
Yeah.
it's like it depends. I think.
Okay.
Look, Epic, don't sue me, please. But it's like, no offense, we see even Epic people who have the game on Epic buy the game again on Steam because they just want to have the game on Steam rather than on Epic.
Okay.
And that just says something about like maybe some of the features that certain platforms offer, right? Yeah, it's like you'd be surprised how many people, like, even while we gave the game away for free on Epic, our sales on Steam increased so much. Like, people see the game for free on Epic and then just go buy it on Steam.
This is so funny, man. Oh man, it's like
crazy.
It's crazy how
yeah,
you
I have
know
a preference.
Gaben doesn't need to do anything. Okay, but he always wins.
You won, yeah.
Yeah, this is
And-
so
and-
funny, man.
I think there's something to be said like about how they run the store, right? I think Epic can be a good competitor, but they just have so much work. Like, no offense, right? But where are the avatars? Why can't I set a custom avatar for my profile? Why can't I just have like a normal store experience? It's always a little bit weird, right?
Wait, so you can't have an avatar like basically an icon?
No, you cannot. You cannot do that on Epic.
Oh god. Okay. Like that
The Epic online services obviously support it, right? Because they need it for other platforms.
Yeah, for
But
Steam.
yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, I'll go
Yes.
back to the story now. So I joined the team, and when Epic reached out, I basically had to rework the game using the Epic online services. Now here's where our big dip happens. So as you saw in our Steam charts, we had a long time before release that literally the player base was dead.
Yeah.
The reason is we kind of got scuffed by our server host provider. We used to work, I'm not going to name the company, but we used to work with a company that is very, very fancy. They were expensive, but had good server support and everything. During the time that Epic reaches out and I'm reworking the game to not work with Steam, but work with Epic Online Services. Also, I had to upgrade the engine because the engine was outdated.
Unity, not
didn't even
Unity,
work.
Unreal Engine from version 4, you said, to something else?
No, at that time I reworked the engine from 4.21 to 4.27, which wasn't easy because I had to take out Steam SDK, remove it, get the game to compile without Steam. Then I had to port the game to 4.27. I had to fix it to compile there, and then I had to remake it with Epic Online Services. It took more than a year.
That's
Basically
crazy.
what I'm
So
saying.
wait a minute. You basically had to change the API that you were using, and yeah. So I don't think
Give me
it's
a second.
misogyny or misogyny.
Yeah, that's the random.
Fucking asshole, man. Okay, this guy is actually getting banned. See you in like 20 minutes,
And
bro.
we can just disable the thing. Don't you have the bot? to
Yeah,
disable
I
things?
disabled that, but I still needed to ban him out because he was rude. There we go. Okay.
Either way, why did I have to need? So, Epic Online Services did not support the engine version we were using, so that's why I had to both. And the Epic and the Steam SDK we were using was so far behind that I couldn't just upgrade the engine with Steam and then redo the Epic thing. No, I had to remove Steam, make the game compilable, because if you can't compile it, it doesn't upgrade. Yeah.
That's
also, look
crazy.
At, when 4.21 released like fucking 7 years ago or something.
7
Try
years
to
ago,
update,
4
like-
released.
The 4.21.
Yeah.
It's been super long. Either way, it was a pain. It took a year. I will be honest, I did slack a little bit, maybe left and right. Look, if nobody's checking up on what you're doing, you might just go to YouTube more than once, okay?
I have a question on that because I think that's the perfect time to ask that. You were saying, and maybe you can get into this or not, I don't know, you probably can't, but you are working on this game alone, and let's say you I don't know how much the game makes monthly, but there's probably a hefty chunk the game makes monthly, but you're getting paid a normal salary.
I think we'll get to that.
I think we'll get to that. Okay, so because that's
Yeah,
what
yeah, we'll
I
get to
just don't understand, right? Because you're basically working your ass off for them, for the publisher. But I guess we'll get to that.
We'll
Okay,
get to it.
I'll let you continue that.
So I reworked the game. Obviously, the company is in need of money in the meantime. So the other people, the other four, the brothers, right? They are working on new prototypes. They're working on new game concepts. I have been pretty much doing this whole porting alone because again, it's like a very technical thing. And even if they would be able to help, I was like, leave me alone. Like, there's so much things in my head that I have to keep track of like, well, what goes to what and like whatever, right? I'm like, leave me alone. I'm gonna work on this alone, and it's done when it's done.
Yeah, I think
So the game-
having to explain that is also really difficult because then you're spending your time
Yeah.
explaining. Yeah,
Exactly. Sometimes
Makes sense.
It takes longer to explain than just fix it yourself.
yeah.
So yeah, the game gets ported. We switch server solutions, which is before the launch with a new Epic Online Services system. I also built a whole new matchmaking system and server load balancing system. By the way, one thing, guys, never write your own matchmaking system ever. Just pay a company to do it for you, please.
Really?
Have some kind of pre-built, dude. I think I said before we don't have enough player retention, but
Yeah.
one of the most painful points is just matchmaking, especially. Our matchmaker was working, but then it released to Epic, and when you have 10,000 people suddenly join your matchmaking queue, everything is like different.
Is it because the wrong people get matched against, or is it because the servers are just overflowed?
It's just
Overflown?
overloaded. Like
Overloaded.
It wasn't.
So it
Yeah.
wasn't like you were choosing
When-
bad opponents, but it was more like there were too many players and they would have to wait too long.
Just the system itself was just not able to handle that load, right? Because again, it was tested with like maybe like 100 people or whatever, right? But making a system work for 100 people is very forgiving. Having it work with literally like 10,000 people joining your queue in less than 2 minutes
Damn,
is insane.
it's crazy.
That is crazy. And I'm like live trying to fix the thingy. It ends up taking 2 days. So we do kind of miss that initial, oh, the game's free kind of rave,
I
but whatever.
see. So that's why, what's it called? Not Path of Exile. Last Epoch. That's what happened to Last Epoch. Their server was so broken that people were complaining about it for days. Yeah, I guess they didn't pay a company to do that, huh? So
Yeah,
they had to
they
fix
probably
it
didn't.
themselves.
And again, it is a little bit frustrating because Epic also didn't give us, they couldn't because they just don't know. They didn't give us any information of how many people we could expect. They said, yeah, it could be like 5,000 people at once. It could be whatever. We had a peak of 94,000 unique players in the game during the Epic free moments.
Damn, that's an
So-
easy clap, guys. That's an easy clap. It's crazy, bro. Holy.
Yeah, but it's like, it doesn't matter if they can't play, right?
Yeah, true.
So yeah, that's I think a big turnoff, and obviously you lose that initial wave. People think the game's fucking bored to shit, right? And they never touch it again. And in the end, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Whatever.
True.
Either way, that was like the dryness that we had. We had server issues. Server provider basically cucked us, so we had to turn down all the servers for a couple months. Then we had the new EOS system ready. We pre-launched it on Steam to test it, and then
Was it on November
pre-launched
13th?
it again. Yeah, so that's the release day on. So I don't think that's actually the Epic release day. I think the first spike is the Epic release. So little days. I think the 11th of November is the, or is it October? Either way, somewhere there's the Epic release, and then the 13th is the official. We came out of early access.
Funny how the Epic release turned people to play on Steam.
Yeah, of course, because the servers are back, right?
Gaben
People see that
just
the
wins.
server- Gaben does win. But in the end, it's yeah, there's always more to it, right? Just being on Epic doesn't only increase your, it does help, but
Yeah.
in general, there's always more things. So yeah, obviously we're still having a lot of, because of the whole movement from one engine, like one backend to the other thing. I reworked a lot of the core. Like I said before, I think I've at this point reworked 98% of code in the game.
Of this
Which
code. huh?
means that, yeah, of the code from before, yeah, of that. That does mean that there's still features missing. There's still bugs that I haven't gotten 2 because they're just not important enough to address.
So you're reworking this code, by the way. Does that mean, or does that mean you had to disable some features? That's what you're saying right now, because you
Exactly.
couldn't rework them yet.
I either just didn't have the time, or they were not important enough. Yeah, like.
And how
I
are
just- like, for example,
players
all the
taking
game
this?
modes, they don't mind actually.
If they lose a
we do get
feature,
the
really?
Same question. Yeah, no, they keep asking about it, and we keep telling them it's coming back. We're reworking it with improvements. That's what we keep saying. We're reworking it to be better. And, for example, our achievements have not been working since release. Our Steam achievements are not working at the moment. And we keep, like, literally almost every other day, there's somebody asking, like, oh, when are they going to be back? And I'm like, yeah, it's not important enough to me. I'm sorry. There's more crucial things.
Dude, that's
for
so
people to
important. Yeah, like Steam achievements are great, but they have nothing to do with people playing your game actually, right? It's not important enough.
I mean, I did have a DM yesterday that somebody's like, hey, hold on, let me read it to you. Where was it?
I hate your game. Where's my Steam achievements, man? I need my trophies, bro.
So somebody wrote, hello, I'm one of those people who love this game the most, but I don't want to play it because the Steam achievements are not active. I took a break for a few months, but I'm back. I asked a few people about whether the achievements were fixed, but I couldn't get a clear answer. So they just don't want to play because the achievements aren't working.
I think that's just an outlier, though. So, like I don't think
so too.
Because you can look at the graph, right? You can see how many people are playing, and past the release, this is what it looks like. If you compare before and past the release, it looks almost exactly like it was before. You have ups and downs.
Those had achievements in the past.
Yeah.
So you see the numbers don't matter. What I think matters the most is smooth way to get into games. So I think the matchmaking system, which is still not perfect. I have a new system ready for my Unreal Engine 5 version.
Did that take long to get from 4 to 5?
No, it took like 2 days, maybe. Like a weekend.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's nice.
That's because I have done all the heavy lifting already, right? The whole game is just better structured.
Can I just ask you? You had to rework this essentially, right? This blob of stuff, and so you did that to make it scalable, correct? And to find stuff better. Because ultimately,
yes,
at some point you have to do this, even if you have a finished game and you want to use the systems that you implemented. Yeah, that's would you say that this is a very important part during the development or maybe past release that you have to do always?
So this is something I talked about a little bit while you were handling the baby. I think what's important is that you make systems rather than things that work necessarily. Because a system is malleable, you can reuse it, you can adapt it, right?
Can I quickly ask, when you say system, right, and you have two different games, but you don't mean a system that applies to two different games, but a system that works in this game, right?
I mean in general. So, for example, right, a boat has buoyancy, right? Now,
what is that? Sorry, I'm not English. What does that mean?
Buoyancy is the physics of it floating on water. So it goes up and down a little bit with the waves. It maybe tilts left and right or whatever, right? The rocking of the boat on the water. Now, when you put an item in the water, it also will have buoyancy, like a little chest might like float with the waves and whatever. Rather than writing your logic of like, hey, go up and down with the waves in each object, you make a system that says, hey, whatever object I'm attached to will make it do buoyancy. So you just have a buoyancy system you can attach to any object in your game to make it float.
I see. So that would apply, then you could use that system, let's say you have that in Unreal Engine, and you could make a new game, and that potentially has or has not water. You could use that system, but you don't need to use it.
Yes, but I think you shouldn't always focus on, can I use it in a different game? I think you should just focus on it's
your
making
game.
my current game more clean.
Thank you. I think that's important. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to.
So, for example, like damage. Damage is very common. It's a very good example. Things can take damage, right? In Unreal, it's actually already done for you, but let's just talk about it a little bit more uniquely. let's say you have a player can take damage. So I'll make a damage system that I can apply to a player. It's loose or it's detached from the rest of the character's logic. But for example, I have, because there's loot boxes in the game, like not loot boxes, but like loot crates are scattered around the map that have loot inside. You smash the crate to make it go open. So what I did is I applied the damage system to the crate. Because if I damage the crate, it just opens and the result is different, but the action is the same. So you make a system that just handles object X gets damage. What do I do, right? And you can do this for a lot of things, but I always think about it this way, like try to make it as small as possible. It could be polymorphism, but you could just do it like events as well, right? You could just have like a base thing that's like damage system that fires an event of player is or object is destroyed, object took damage.
It's interesting
I
how
love working
that's
with events.
yeah. It's interesting how that's different in Unreal Engine than in C++. I guess it depends how you structure it, of
But
course.
it's also C++.
Yeah, it's also what I mean by that is if you have your own like engine, because that's where I come from, right? In Unreal Engine, you have the scene graph and you have objects that are that you can then apply the damage function to. In C++, I would make like an entity taking damage, but an entity would not be, let's say, a tree in a way, or let's say, I don't know, a rock on that just lies there to be foliage. It's nice to look at, but it doesn't have any other function. But
Yeah,
you
but
could
that was
apply
just
essentially
standalone,
damage to a rock.
Yeah, of
Right?
course. And that's like
what
what
I
I mean
mean.
with systems. I think if I were to like think about systems that for you could be useful, for example, let's say you have a particle or an entity that shoots a bullet, right? At the moment, your bullet itself kind of updates and it does its own rendering. What I would probably do is I would just attach something like a render module. And then the render module is a module used on any object. And that could be separate from your fixed time step, for example. Because then you run the code or you do the logic of handling the code once. Because it doesn't really matter what it has to render or what it has to do. It's like a reusable piece of structure, basically.
I see what you mean. Can we? It's okay. I'll let you continue.
Yeah.
I'm too interested in this.
If you really want to like,
You know?
if you want to like have a more like technical talk about that, we can definitely do that some other point. But yeah.
Yeah. I think that's
either way.
better.
So the move to Unreal Engine 5 was very fast because just the structure of the game had been improved a lot. The structure of the game is what really took a year to upgrade. It wasn't necessarily it running on Epic. It's just like it was just such a mess to work with that I kind of was like, I'm gonna take the time here to do it better. And some things I didn't touch. So for example, the player movement, even though it's not great, people love the way it moves. Technically, it's garbage, right? It's so easy to clip up objects or kind of cheese or like clip through certain things if you have a certain lag. And it, like, let's say your ping is very high, you can sometimes lag through objects. So if I were to take the time, I could probably fix all those things, but the movement of the game would feel different.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't want to destroy that. The game is as it is. People like the arcadey combat of it. I'm not going to touch it because I know it's going to impact how the people feel about the game.
That's a good idea. I think I think that's really important, and you're on the right track with this. Yeah, I've seen this before in other
okay.
interviews. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay to have garbage code if it does the thing in a way that feels good, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it's just like go at it, right? But it is okay. Like the ship thing you're seeing right in front of me, I have not reworked it. I have not touched it because it works and it gives the ship a certain sway in the waves, and it as garbage as it is, it gives it a good feeling. And I'm not touching it. And yes, I know performance-wise, I could probably rework this and gain FPS left and right.
Really? Just for the boat? Interesting.
Dude, the amount of... So there's this thing, obviously you know about tick, right?
Yeah.
Whoever made this game before, everything is on tick. Like everything is on tick, and they just check: do I need to do this thing? Yes or no? Okay, maybe a lot of things that are running on tick shouldn't be running on tick. One good tip that I have, by the way, from my previous, obviously it's not really applying to you, but maybe the other people in the chat. When we worked on Ari, we had a really good thing. We had a global class with slow tick, fast tick,
Smart.
slow tick, medium tick, and real life tick.
Smart.
And
Yeah.
it's like it's a delegate you could subscribe to, and it would basically, let's say you have something like a UI element, right? You don't need to update it every frame. So you could subscribe to, for example, the slow. I think we even had a very slow tick. That's only like once every like half a second or every second maybe.
Yeah.
You could subscribe to different tick durations to basically quickly have an optimization in place.
Essentially,
That's actually
I have
Yeah.
a really good example. Let's say you have a game where you want to do pathfinding in a 2D game, and the enemies need to find your character from wherever they are. And you don't do this in an engine. This can be very computationally expensive, and instead of running it at the fixed time step, which would be, let's say, 50 times a second, you run this, and that's what he means by slow tick. You run this once a second, and then you make a decision only once a second, which is still enough for the units to make a decision in real time. Maybe twice a second. That's what you mean, essentially. In that way, you gain a lot of experience. Performance.
Yeah. There is one thing you need to be very aware of, though, when you implement such a system, is you need to stagger your slow ticks. Because if you have a slow tick, let's say, for example, every second, you're going to have enormous performance spikes every second.
This is what Codengry is talking about. He doesn't like that because it might lead to performance spikes. How do you handle that? Do you stagger them? Yeah, that's what you said, right? You stagger them.
Exactly. So you stagger them. Again, I kind of simplified it, but basically in our time management at Singleton, it would automatically kind of sort that for us. And again, performance stuff, events, I forgot the name in Unity, but you can like set markers, I think it was called, to certain functions. And then when you look in your profiler, you kind of know like, okay, this specific thing, and again, this is a while back, but you could set maybe like priorities to certain tick events and whatever to kind of like have it, okay, we know, for example, that this tick event takes X amount of resources. So we're going to, when we stagger it, we're going to not put any of the other tick events in the same stagger point. That way, kind of like you could kind of customize that as well. Either way, in a simplified way, if you want to save on some performance for like some things, because everybody just runs everything on every tick, just make a system that's like slow tick, maybe very slow tick, and then like a real time or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I
think
saw that.
that's like
It's a really good
easy
idea.
optimization that anybody could do. It wouldn't work for you, I think, because of the way your game works. But yeah,
I don't think I
that's
can
basically,
make. Actually, I think yes. Well, maybe it depends because it could work for making a decision who to attack. Because that's essentially a game mechanic as well in tower defense games. It could potentially be used on, okay, so this guy makes a decision every half a second who to attack, and then he usually finishes. So that's what Who Am I was talking about. But you don't need it, right? Yeah, I don't need it, right? But essentially the developer of Crystal Guardians, it's a tower defense game. I think you're doing that in your game too, right, Mr. Who Am I? So yeah, that could be something. But other than that, so far I have not encountered that, but it's a good thing to do and to know about. Not many know about that this even exists. That's a really important thing.
it's definitely something you have to like. It's easy to get into. It's hard to perfect, I would say. Kind of like Codengry is saying, there's also some stuff you could do with like spreading logic across different frames and so on. I think his system is great, but you also need to like, you need a better overview of your project in that way as well. I think I'll just say it like this. Basically, for the most people here that are probably, just making something in Unity or like in Real or whatever, right? It's a simple first step to learning how to do it better, I would say. So for example, let's say you have your UI elements. Your UI elements, make them go on a very slow tick, for example. And it's the first
Really?
learning step. Yeah, because you don't need to update most of the UI every frame.
But don't you? What happens if you move your mouse really fast?
Okay, but the mouse is separate. I mean, like the HUD elements. Sorry, I should say HUD elements, for example. And also, you could also make your UI event-based. I like talked a bit about events before. Events are super nice. Delegates, people learn about delegates, please. They're so powerful and so underused. Yeah.
What do you think about immediate mode UI? Have you seen my game with this? What do you think about that? Now that you're talking about UI, I have never encountered UI. How does a UI lag in games in Unreal Engine? That's my question, I guess, because oftentimes UI lags out the entire game when it opens. Like, I don't understand that at all. How?
I think what most Unreal Engine games do wrong, and mine included, is the way we handle references. So, to give an idea, in Unreal, if you have an object, let's say your character, right? Your character has a reference to, let's say, the ship you could potentially be standing on, right? So there is a reference kept in the variable list ship reference. Now, by default, people will use something which is called like a hard reference. Hard references will basically mean at any given point when this reference exists, even if it's empty, it will load the ship in memory.
No, wait a minute. So that's like how in Diablo 4, when you open up your stash and you're in town, you're loading all of the stashes of the other players and their items, because that's what's very important.
I don't know. Yeah. It's hard and soft references are something I still want to learn a lot more about. There's also something called like chunks when you're like packaging games and whatever. That's also like stuff I really need to learn more about. Yeah.
And how does that relate to UI then?
Because what you usually do is in UI, you would say like, okay, I have a player or I have this or that, and it's referencing an object to ask it for details. So for example, hey, this character that is not even on screen, I want to know if it has health. If so, how much health does it have? I'm not asking it live, but that reference exists. So it's loading in the thing. So for example, when you open up my game, no joke, the first 2 minutes are just black screen because it's loading in every single asset in the game into memory. Because it's all hard references.
Bruh.
Yeah. Exactly. What Golden Green says, you want to have the name of a character, and because you just asked for the name, it's loading in the whole object into memory. Hard and soft references are like a thing I think most people will never learn about, but it's like fucking us over the most. And this is why loading times are fucking horrendous on most, let's just say, like indie projects. It's because it's something we don't tend to get to. This is why companies that are big have just so much better looking games and so much faster loading games. It's because they don't do the fucking soft references.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Hard references. Sorry,
they are terrible like too. They're terrible too. Okay, like I played Diablo 4. Exactly. Okay, yeah. Wukong so fast. Yeah. I kind of have to leave you for a second again. My dad's calling.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sorry, I can't make extended things. Boy. I'm gonna have to AFK, but maybe you can answer some questions from
in
chat.
the meantime, maybe chat has some questions and they can kind of throw. I saw some like stuff. I haven't been able to read the whole chat because I've been trying to focus on your face. But that sounds weird. No, Coding Create. I don't have access to the GDC vault, but if you can just download the video and send it to me, that's fine. Are there any game purchases? So I actually do not have any in-game purchases. The reason why is fucking EOS, as much as I love it, it also causes issue. Like I said, if you own the game both on Epic and on Steam, because you got it for free or something, and then maybe you bought it, whatever, EOS is not able to give me, or aka the game, any information on your Steam data. So what tends to happen is, let's say you buy it, or you got the game for free on Epic, then you bought it on Steam, you linked your accounts, and then you buy a DLC on Steam, it will not show up in the game. Because like EOS is like, oh, we found you on Epic, you have it on Epic, so we're validating you as an Epic user, even though you opened the game through Steam. And I can fix this, like, because I can like remove a copy basically from your Epic library, so to speak. But this is like one of the reasons I'm afraid of adding any in-game purchases, because of the amount of support tickets I'll probably get about people who bought something and it didn't show up in their inventory. Because, like I said, due to some like weird authentication thing between the two, about this. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Coding Guri, I think that's super valuable. I really want to learn more.
There's a GDC
about how to
talk.
save my project.
Really? There's a GDC talk about how Decima engine manages those things, but it's still behind the vault.
He's talking about the hard and soft references.
Really?
Okay.
Cool. And I
go with
just
some other
read something
questions here.
interesting as well. Walking through a cave to load the next level is patented.
Oh, I don't have that, so I'm safe. Yeah. No, but dynamic loading is really cool though. Like async stuff, man, I love async. How do you get the Sea of Thieves assets? Yeah, we just ask. I actually do have a person on my friends list that works for Rare. So, wait, shh, chat. We're gonna keep this quiet, okay? I sometimes get inside info on when big updates are coming ahead of time, so I can schedule my updates. So.
Wait, so you know what type of updates are coming because they tell you?
No. I don't get the details, but they tend to give me like a heads up. Hey, like we're working on something big. It's what he would like tell me. And I'll be like, oh yeah, something big. I'm like, okay, I need to work on this update. Yeah, it's just
Someone getting
you know,
fired?
it's
Okay, yeah. Someone they can't see this. Okay.
Fred 1, basically at the moment, so we used to be 4 people that made the base of the game. I am now the currently only developer maintaining and upgrading and maintaining the game
So
basically. And
I would ask you, like, what is maybe it's just too negative, the question, but I still want to ask you, like, so what is the incentive for you to keep pushing yourself so hard for this game when the publisher has all the power?
Oh yeah. Okay,
That's
I
like
almost forgot to
something
go
I
to
don't
that part.
understand. Yeah.
So, like I said, after the game was released, yada yada, right? We didn't have a lot of luck with getting a new project started. The other 4 people who were working on prototypes, one of them ended up already quitting, so we were only 3 people. They had some disagreements about what we should be doing. Some of them wanted to do another big project, some of them wanted to be smaller projects. So there was a bit of like a internal struggle, let's say, right? So they just decided, you know what, we'll just call it. They weren't already working on sales for like more than a year at this point. So for them, it's like, yeah, well, we don't have to keep the same company going with different ideas internally. We'll just do our own thing each. And that's actually what ended up happening. So the company, Get Up Games, has closed. The 2 of the developers started a new company, and the other one is working for a AAA studio somewhere that I'm not going to mention either.
That's okay. That's totally okay.
Yeah. Either way, everybody's doing projects. Now, there is a little catch. When Epic reached out for us to release the game on the Epic Store and also include it in a free weekend, there's a little thing in our contract that says they can release the game twice for free. Okay? We don't know if they will. We know it's not currently planned anywhere in the future, but technically we've only had 1 free release so far. It's possible there's going to be a second. Now, the publisher is afraid that if this said second release would happen and the game isn't functioning anymore, that Epic's going to be like, hey, remember all this money we gave you? How about you give it back? Because you basically broke the contract by making the game unplayable.
Okay,
Now,
so that's why
that
they
being
need
said-
you to keep it in
that's
check.
part of it. Now,
Yeah.
I will be honest. I don't think that's the biggest fear. What's also important is the game still makes money. We still, like I said, we make enough to pay the servers. We make enough to pay me. The game does make money. I'm not gonna say like a lot, but it makes enough to keep it going. And that was kind of the deal. the publisher said like, "Look, we'll hire you on. I have got short-term contracts. My contract is actually ending in a month or so.
Bro,
I'm
but
probably gonna
that's
get renewed."
isn't that crazy? I would be worried that I was gonna be out of a job. Like, what do you do to stay safe?
I did ask them about a month ago, like, hey, for example, the Xbox Sports that I've been working on, that was like basically the terms of the contract, right? They give me 6 months. We're gonna do the Xbox Sports.
Yeah.
It's been 5.5 months. I don't have my dev kit yet. So I did tell them like a month ago, like, hey guys, like, no offense, but I don't have my dev kit. I don't have.
Oh, you
the
told them
tools
already.
yet.
Okay.
I'm like, you can't expect me to still complete the requirements for the contract in like a month and a half, right? So yeah. I'm pretty sure they're gonna prolong me. I did kind of poke about this. I'm probably safe. And truth be told, if they fire me, I don't care. I'll just go find a different job. I've got the portfolio. I've got the skills.
Yeah, you do.
I'm not worried about it. Like, it's fine. And I could just buy the game back. I could just go to the bank, get a loan, just buy the whole game out of them.
Oh, you
thought about
could?
it.
Really? So the
I could.
IP,
That's what-
essentially.
I could probably just buy the IP if I really wanted to.
Huh.
I did consider it when it was originally going to be sold to the publisher by the Get Up Games crew. I was like, well, I mean, if it's only, $30K, I mean, I could just pull that out and just pay, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Why did you decide
still
not to
believe
do
there's
it?
potential.
I believe it has potential too. I mean, yeah.
I
looks
have a
good.
side hobby where I design mechanical keyboards for fun. I design like the PCB basically, and allegedly for tax reasons, I did not make a lot of money. Wink, wink. Right?
Yeah, you didn't. No.
I ended up making a mistake in one of my productions, and I lost like $17,000 in out of my personal wealth just because I made a mistake on a project. So that's kind of like the main reason I didn't, because I just lost like $17,000 to some guy in Korea.
You can make a 17,000 loss on a mechanical keyboard? What the fuck?
That's only one of my mistakes. I've made a mistake before. I think total, I've made like 30K loss or something.
Holy.
But I've also like, I think I'm still net positive. So, yeah. Either way, yeah.
I see.
That's
Now I
basically
see why.
why I'm just like the.
Developer.
I mean, I could. Yeah. Who am I? Basically, if I just didn't pay, I probably would get sued, and it might have been worse. So that's just why I just paid up. Like I said, it was fine. It came all of like my business account in the end, so it's okay.
Okay, and so what is your plan then, going from here?
don't
Now
know.
you're working on the Xbox port, and then what do you want to do?
I don't know. I do feel like they're gonna keep me on. I feel like a bit of so because they're a publisher, they don't really make games themselves, but they obviously have games that they support and kind of like run with because they're publishers, right? They have currently internal one artist that does a bit of work for everybody. And this is what I meant, like I have resources available. If I need an artist, for example, I'm planning to do new DLC. So I'm like, hey, actually, I'm supposed to be having a meeting like 20 minutes ago with her, but I'm just chatting with you. It's fine. I'm like, hey, I need you to do this art for me. But every game that's part of the publisher can basically request her like resources additionally if they need it, like a little bit of help, left and right, whatever. So yeah, I have these resources available, and I feel at some point they might make me like an in-house assistant for other companies. That I would be the guy who's like, oh, this other developer we're working with, they need some technical help with, let's say, for example, Epic Online Services.
And you go
could
there
you,
and help them.
That I would go and help them with their project.
See, so you want to have
feel
like
like
some
that's
sort of management
the
position. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the end, I also don't know if I want to do that, because I did tell myself I never ever want to touch Epic Online Services or in multiplayer games with like a fucking 7-foot pole, because in the end, it's so much pain.
Interesting, but you
it
sound
time?
like you don't want to make your own game, even though you could. But you
I
have the
definitely
option.
could. Yeah. Give me 5 minutes, darling. Sorry. I definitely could, but it's also like I'm bad at like managing myself a little bit. I would probably just slack off, and not get anything done. I'd probably be overwhelmed with, oh, this thing is not gonna work because that game's already doing that. The one thing I keep telling myself is that don't look at Sea of Thieves or what they're doing in detail, because I don't want to feel like, oh, my ideas were either limited or copied, if that makes sense. So I just know in general, like, okay, there's a big update coming. I'm gonna make a big update, but I
Okay.
don't look at the details, because if I look at what they're doing specifically, I'm gonna be like, oh, I cannot do this in my game, because I feel like I'm gonna feel copied. Everything needs to come natural, and I look at other games, right? For example, I got some inspiration from
Sorry
Crab
to
Champions, I got
interrupt
some
you. Fuck,
inspiration from,
my
like,
dad is
Hunt.
here. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. God damn it. I just
No, it's okay.
can't have a conversation, man. God damn it.
It's definitely good to like be inspired, but you also need to feel like it's not because another game is doing it that you can't do it in the end.
I'm so
right?
fucking sorry, bro. My
no.
dad is here because he planned to come today, so
All good, all good. I probably have to dip anyways because I don't want to advert, but my girlfriend is launching a Kickstarter campaign, her first big project, in like 7 minutes, and I want to be there to support
you
her.
wanna
so...
post the link in chat? We can advertise the link for
But
you.
I don't know. It feels good. I don't want to be like a sellout.
No, it's not as like if you don't want to post it, it's fine. I need to.
No. No, I'm posting it because I know it will make her happy.
Hi, das ist hier vorne.
Wait, is it this one? Okay, sorry guys. I don't want to sound like a cop out, but girlfriend, you have to support the girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Promotion. Wait, what is this? Okay, here. Link. I definitely am very much willing to come back at some point. I definitely feel like there's probably some questions chat might have, that that I want to address. I also very much know that yes, I have experience in the hobby, but in the end, I've only worked for indie communities or indie games. If I were to look at myself in the future, I would love to be part of a bigger project like a AAA studio to get a better understanding of bigger systems. So I've talked about like those hard and soft references, for example, or some kind of chunk loading or whatever. Those are things I want to learn more design pattern, and part of that I think I could pretty much learn faster by joining a big company. The problem like working with indie is I never have somebody to ask like, hey, how do you think this should be done? Am I doing it the correct way? Whatever. Yes, it works, but I want to learn more about, how to make better games. So yeah. Yeah, fuck Cakes, by the way. He just left me. What is this? Guy, it's unbelievable. His dad, he sees his dad like probably like the majority of his life. Like, can't he fucking hang out with me for like 1 second? What the fuck is his behavior? Unacceptable. These fucking... They're all the same.
Keep going,
Alright.
dude. I'm sorry. I just keep
No, all
going.
good.
I'm sorry. This is so fucking stupid.
And he left again. It's okay, guys. Okay, I think this will be our goodbye, right? We will like wave each other, kiss. Again, I think if you guys have more questions, I would love to be back. I'm always available. I just sit here in my chair most of the time, so. Yeah, no, thank you guys for listening. Again, I'm not a professional either. Like, yes, I'm getting paid, but like, I don't feel professional because I feel like. Got your girlfriend on the call? No. She's just too stressed about it. Also, thank you guys for the sort of thing. Like I said, we're gonna go live in 4 minutes or so. So it should be at 3 p.m. German time. I'm not in Germany, but that's like in 4 minutes. You're allowed to share numbers on how they get made? I don't know, Shade11. I don't have any details on the sales page. I've only...
Oh man, please come back someday.
I have analytics. Yeah,
Thank you
basically
so
have to
much
leave.
for joining, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Yes.
it. I wanted to say thank you. That is awesome. It was awesome talking to you and, you know, having to hear a story from, or hearing a story from someone in a different position, but having essentially the opportunity to make games himself if he wants to. It's really cool. And I hope you get that management position if you want to, and the game stays healthy the way it stayed so far. It's awesome. Thank you.
And I've told Chad already, if there's more questions in the future, I would love to be back and, you know, maybe we can talk some more about technical stuff. I do want to highlight in the end, I am only like an indie developer in the end. I've only worked on indie projects. One of the things I just quickly talked about is like, I would love to be part of a bigger company one day to learn bigger design patterns and, you know, have somebody to ask,
Questions.
what should I be doing in this situation? Give me some feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, some actual professional. Yeah, that is smart.
Yeah, because in the end, you can only learn by either trying a build, you know, a million times or working with people who just,
Yep.
you know
That's
what
the
they're
only
doing.
way, because there's not going to be a tutorial on the internet for these types of
No,
things.
that's definitely a problem. Like, we don't have tutorials for the intermediate developers. I want to keep spamming the link. I feel like I kind of have to now.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay,
fine. So I'm going to show that on stream really quickly as well. It's a bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You
Okay,
can leave.
thank you
I'm
very
going to
much for
show
having
it.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you for having me.
See you next time, bro. And until next time. So, guys, if you want to support his, he said, what did he say? His fiancée, right? His wife. I forgot what he said, but if you want to support them together, this is a beer bag and wallet. It's not programming related. On Kickstarter, and what is this? Multiple attachment points can be worn over the shoulder, around the hips, adjustable strap length, internal pocket, whatever that means, pocket, internal loop of attached keys, keychains, other items. So it's like a nice looking beer bag and wallet. Cool. If you want to support them, there you go. It's in chat. I'm going to post it here and on YouTube as well. Gift it to your wife? No. Beer time bag. Yeah. Awesome. That was cool. Cakez, can you raffle one beer wallet to your viewers? Get one for Zoe. Follow us. I don't even have an account on Kickstarter, bro. How do we type the proper way to say beer? You mean beer? Like the German beer? Beer wallet giveaway? Yeah, I want to do game giveaways in the future, for sure. Give back to you guys. Yes, sir. Beer? Beer. Oh, so yeah, that's how you say beer in German. Nice progress today. I guess you deserve to do a react now. No, that was awesome. I really enjoyed this. It was really cool to hear from, you know, someone that has been there for longer than I have and actually had a much different Werdegang in English. I don't know what that means. It was really cool, man. It's awesome. You see, this is why I stream. This is essentially why I stream. Because ultimately it started out with me wanting to show the process from a normal person of making a game. But also to meet people that are like-minded and to have discussions around this. That was also. We did the interview, don't worry. Yeah, and again, sorry for like the million interruptions. My life is just chaotic. I do apologize. Sorry, guys. I wish it wasn't like that, but yeah. I'm happy if I can like have an extended 2 hours for myself. It is how it is at the moment. Don't you stream to figure out things for your game by us? Bro, you left 4 times during the interview. Yeah, I can't change it, man. That's just how it is for me at the moment. Okay, bro? To each of others, you added nothing to that interview. You made it worse. Okay, this guy's getting banned. He is so angry. What is wrong with you? Guys, you have a lot of notifications, a lot of followers. I appreciate you guys following. Goronga, 404 Do, Vetboss, Lend, Dot, Samir. Thank you so much for following, you guys. Let me see. Skip. Skip, skip, skip. Skip. Skip, skip, and play. That's the ban. He is banning so many people today, strangely. No. That's not how you say that. Today, a lot of people are actually very toxic, which is very weird. That's what you should say. Because I'm only banning toxic people. Sup. Hey, Vetwas, good morning. Anyways, that was really cool. And so now I do understand the situation a bit better. Like, ultimately, it started out with, wait, the publisher's earning all the money, the millions of monies, and you just program on the game and they don't give you a percentage. They just give you a normal salary, right? So I would have expected a percentage. That's how I see it, right? You're working for someone, you are doing all of the work. That's not all of the work, but the majority of the work, salary plus profit share. Did he say that? It was a salary plus profit share, yeah? Might have missed it. That would be a good scheme. Oh, say that would have been good. Yeah, so I see. No, I'm saying it, yeah. That would be a good one. I agree. Yeah, so the publisher is Iceberg, huh? Yeah. So, like, again, he didn't talk about the publisher much, but I kind of... It's like my opinion still stands on publishers. I don't think... If you're making a game alone, I don't see a big reason to use one. Because you're giving away too much of your income. I think the Steam algorithm... Shade11, Toasty Stump. I get paid about 2k after tax, Belgium. That's not much, though. That's actually not much. But publishers tend to handle marketing, investment, etc. So yeah, so they do that, right? But I think, and I will have to make the... what is it called? I will have to make the mistake, I guess, myself. I think that Steam advertises your game enough for you by just existing on the platform and being a good game. Which ultimately your game is. I don't think you need to have an additional marketing method to have the player base that you have be consistent. Why do you think that? Because the Steam algorithm ultimately wants the Steam users to stay on Steam. It's like YouTube. And so it advertises games that players engage with and buy. And that's what's happening with his game. Sounds more like hope. It's not hope. It's analyzing data. It's taking a look at a situation and then essentially understanding what's happening. That's what I mean. It's not copium and it's not hoping. I don't ever hope in my, like, not a single time in my journey did I think, oh, I just hope that this works out. I just tried something and then I saw the result and I was like, okay, so I need to do it differently. I think he chose a stable option in case the game didn't do well, but he knew already that the game was doing well because he sold the game already. It was sitting at about, how much was it? About 100 concurrent players a day. So you already, like, listen, man, 100 concurrent players a day is a lot of players. I hope Cakez is right about Steam. Is this amazing storefront that you only need to have good and they take care of the rest. Well, it's not echoed only by me. You guys remember the video from Jonas Tyrola, right? I wasn't the only one echoing this. Jonas Tyrola is also echoing this, and he's a much bigger... Like, he's crazy big when it comes to game development. Indie game development. And he's saying essentially the same thing. Just make a good game. He has 3 successful games on Steam.
course you'll ever find for how
I hope Cake's game is awesome. Me too. Me too. I hope it is awesome. So I guess we do have to work on the game now, though. Okay, we were working on the leather helmet last time. I hope Cakes realizes his game is bad. Okay, we are getting bad. My game's not bad. Terraria is a great game, but has almost no marketing. So, again, if you think about it logically, it does make sense. To be honest, learn off a couple of good things from this. And it was entertaining. That's awesome, Skull on YouTube. Really like it. Hi, do you remember me? No, I don't remember you. Because your name is Russian. I can't read your name, bro. But hello on YouTube. Whatever your name is, bro. AppTube. When you publish your game, it's like a YouTube video at the start. Nobody knows about you, and you might get 30 views. Yes, that's true. So like, I like bringing this example a lot. But it's just a true example. The guy released his game on Steam. And this is how we started out. Just to make, let's make, how do you say that? Let's take a look at this period here. This is when the game started. No one really gave a shit. For days. See that? It was sitting at no players at all. But then this happened. He didn't change the marketing. Okay, a YouTuber played his game, and that helped it pop off. Random YouTuber found the game, yes. But the game was good. Okay, that's the big difference here. And so the YouTuber really liked the game. And so more and more players played the game. So it doesn't have to be a YouTuber found the game. So the way I think this works is eventually a YouTuber will find your game if it's a good game. Because it's getting promoted by Steam. And that promotes the game to players on Steam. And players on Steam promote the game to YouTubers or to streamers. It's not random luck. Guys, I don't agree with random luck. Listen, I bring this a lot, but what is it called? Immortals of Avernum. This game, if this game had all the luck it can get, then if a game was to have all the luck it can get, all the people playing it, then it would be this game. Now take a look at the Twitch viewers. Let's go from the very beginning. No, not like this. Just like that. Okay. It's so crazy. It had 200,000 Twitch viewers. But no one played it. This game had all the visibility. Everyone was talking about it. Asmongold made multiple videos about it. No one's playing it. So that's how I see it. Eventually, someone is gonna find your game. They're gonna play your game. And if it's a good game, it's going to spread. That's how I see it. If it captures enough people, it's going to spread. Why didn't this game get ripped off shreds like Concord? Less peak players? I don't know why. Maybe it's loss aversion. Maybe there's a different reason. Maybe it doesn't cost much to uphold. It's difficult to say. Maybe they shut down most of the servers and they don't really have any costs maintaining it. Maybe we could check out, when was the last update? August, so it's quite a while. Doesn't look like they're working on the game much. So yeah, anyways, that's my point on it, and I will make the mistake myself. If I make a mistake, if I go into this, I don't have a publisher, I don't have much marketing, and I release my game or put it on early access, and no one engages with my game, and it's essentially dead in the water. No, I will make that mistake. It's fine. It's okay. You know, that's ultimately why I'm doing this, so to learn. Good games eventually get recognized. Of course, Lord Gaben makes sure of this. Yeah, exactly. That's how I see it too. I just googled the game loading patent. It expired a year ago. Aha, so that's not patented anymore. Good, Ray Roden. Just a point, I don't know if Steam promotes your game at the start. It does. Steam promotes your game all the time. It promotes my shitty demo version with 6 minutes of playtime to this day. I get impressions every day for my game. It's being advertised right now to some person on Steam. Someone in this world is getting to see my demo version on Steam right now and deciding to click or not click on it. You get front page tokens for each game you publish, Cakes. I'm not that deep into this. Poor guy. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Thanks for the info. I'll try your tactic. Well, maybe inform yourself a bit more. I have some resources for you. I guess I would need to... I mean, take a look at this. Time 1 second. You can try to check this out, and then Steam visibility. Check out this too. This is a really good video.
We have a...
You don't need to watch my reaction. This video right here is a good resource on Steam. And maybe you guys want it too here. That one's good. It just explains how it works. No bullshit, just simple explanation on how it works. I think that's the best resources on Steam together with marketing that you can get. Then obviously there's other things like your thumbnail and stuff like that, but ultimately what's most important is in those 2 videos. Banger song. There's also review milestones, 1050. Yes, he talks about that in the video though. He goes into this. And so 10 should be something that your game reaches. You need to reach 10. Yes. And then 50 is for, is it very positive? For the reviews to show up? I don't know what is 50 again? I forgot. And guys, I'm quickly heating up some water. Making coffee. And then we're going to implement these, you can see them. These items at the bottom here. We're going to add some more cool and interesting stats to them, and maybe I'm getting rid of this mantle, and we're getting a cool item that supports the weapons. Because ultimately, I'm going to show you really quickly how that works. If I get this magic mantle, this guy changes his looks. Okay, he looks different. Which is cool, of course. But it doesn't do anything at the moment. It just gives me magic resistance, which is defensive. Did the drilling end it? And yeah, so my dad came over here to drill into the Decke in English, into the ceiling, because I just have a shitty ass bohrer in English, drill, I guess, and I cannot penetrate the ceiling. It's too weak. It's just a shitty one. Quickly getting coffee and going to the bathroom. I'm gonna let the game run round 3. Too weak to penetrate. It is what it is. Auto start round. So we're gonna wait. I can't really read this. Wait, this is off center, is it? What the fuck? It's gonna be this. Let's add another unit here. We're right back. Guys, am I winning? Am I winning? Oh, the balancing in effect, right? Damn, look at that, bro. So easy. I wonder what this upstairs neighbor thinks about that hole. Nothing, they're not home, I'm pretty sure. You're literally sitting in the community area of a small indie dev. How did that happen? It's not primarily luck. There are controllable factors that rise the likelihood of something happening. These layers are the primary influencing factor to the success of a small title, typically. DGod Live. What did DGod Live say? Ceilings are hard, Cake. Yeah, they are. The reality of how hard it is to grow a community and attract the right people to your game just have to have the visibility initially. What stops a new studio making a strong title with a strong understanding of the rules behind game visibility and community building? What stops a new studio? A good game. Did Cakes create his own engine? Yeah, I did. Jidison. It's right here. Guys, I think the game's too easy. I was AFK, have 400 monies, and I could just keep going. Look at this. It's too easy. Look at this. It's too easy. I wanted to fight without swords, like slapping skeletons with the palms. Look at this. It's too easy. What the fuck? I can just upgrade them all together. I have so many upgrades I could get. It's not even close. Look at that. Damn. Cakes is amazing. Are you saying he's wrong? Remind you that the truth is ban? I agree, and I didn't say it's pure luck, but it's a larger factor than many will admit. Of course, there are many things to control, but I'm saying that not everything is controllable, because Cakes acts like one that has to pull the right levers and will guarantee the game to be a success. Yes, I'm saying that. I'm saying that. You make a game like Dark Souls now, it's gonna be decently successful. If it's not bugged, has a couple of bosses, yes. People like that type of game. I'm gonna get coffee really quickly. Why are there so many Vampire Survivors clones? Think about it, bro. Why did so many people copy Vampire Survivors? Because it works. There are better ones and worse ones. They all work. Am I winning or losing? I'm losing? Okay, so round 6 is when I introduce these bad boys. And they literally beat me. I can't beat them. Dark Souls loses on popularity after a while though. It gets boring. No, it doesn't. Is it this one? There's no way. If even, like, it even got bigger. What are you talking about? You're just pulling this out of your ass? Look at this. Huh? To me this looks like... Holy, why is it going up? What the fuck? Stats. Yeah, these are actual stats. Spawn little goblins that are attract to money and have the more you have, the more they spawn, but don't give anything when killed. Random idea stops you from hoarding too much or risk if you do it. Random thought. This guy you interviewed said he doesn't copy, yet he is successful. How do you explain that? Are you fucking retarded? Are you stupid in the head? You slow or something? Crystal Guardians. You mean this guy doesn't copy? Okay, well, where the fuck? Let's go to the store page. You know a game? I don't know the name of the game, guys. He literally said that his game is inspired by the game. I forgot the name. Guys, what is the name of the game? You know the game. You know it. Rogue Tower. Thank you. I think you're stupid, bro. Look at this. It's literally the same. It's the same idea. So he put his own spin on the same idea. You can do that with Vampire. So if we compare these two, it's the same genre, but the same idea. What the fuck? Oh, he's getting angry now. He's getting angry now. Uh-oh. The same idea is that you have expanding worlds and you choose where the world expands on in a tower defense game in 3D. Totally different, yeah. I'm not saying that it's bad or something. It's called a remix, guys, yeah. So who am I? That's what you did, right? You saw that game and you made something similar because you liked the idea. Correct? So all I'm saying is we have the same mechanic. And that's why Vampire Survivors works too. Because the mechanic in Vampire Survivors, the loop in Vampire Survivors is you run around, you get upgrades, and enemies approach from all sides. Anyways, let's just stop talking about this. You know, a collector of stuff is just trying to like, yeah. It's the genre, yeah. I saw Rock Tower and had lots of negative feedback and thought I could do it better. I also like the game, so yeah. Ban this slow-mo? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Really, Shark is on my side. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, true. Ban this guy. Truth equals ban? No, it's not truth equals ban, bro. Anyways. I cannot beat these guys. Okay, with a new weapon, I might. Maybe not. Oh, I can damage them with an ability. So. Yeah, this is where we left off. I want to balance my game in a way where we have about 20 to 30 rounds. And then I want to update my demo version on Steam and on itch.io so that you guys can test out the game. And in order to get to that point, we need to start balancing the game. And we're currently sitting on, I think, the skeleton. We have 200 HP. I have to test. I do have a lot of money. So let's see. Let's spend all of the money available to us. Let's just see. This guy's too easy now? It's crazy, actually. It's really crazy. So if I go melee attack, there's no challenge at all. Look at this. This guy's bleeding now. Not even close. Round 5. Round 5 is also easy. Easy peasy. Just these two guys. What a difference, man. Holy. Cakez, what about the wizard? Doesn't he come after round 5? Yes. You saw the round 5. After I'm done with round 4, you saw the screen go black for a microsecond. I programmed it in a way where if I already have the wizard at that point, I just close the window immediately. It's like a debug thing because I currently have this disabled. I already have the wizard at the moment, so I cannot unlock the wizard when I already have him. People that play my game say it's better than Rogue Tower, but the sales don't show that. XD. Yeah, you can't really trust what people say about your game, but it seems like you do have a lot of potential there. I still think, like, that's my honest feedback from playing your game, and I'm still working on the video that I have with you, by the way. It is already done, but I want to cut it a bit. I think that your game is really difficult. Maybe that's just how it should be. But man, I was having issues. A lot of issues. Don't trust what Cakez is saying right now. It's a you problem. I'm just giving you feedback, but maybe you lose to your own game. You lose to your own game. Anyways, I think it's too easy. Look at this. I have 600 monies. Damn, look at the damage. And we got another one here. Bleed damage. Look at this. I just beat these guys up. It's crazy. I almost have enough money to get my next upgrade. Uh-oh. Can I beat this guy? He deals 1 damage because I have no armor penetration. Shit. And this guy? Do you deal damage to him? 5 damage. Okay. Making a game you cannot beat is super chat, Immo. It will be interesting to see how much sense does Cakez earn with his game. Smiley face? Just wait, bro. Thanks a lot, man. And whose game was more successful, Rogue Tower or Crystal Guardians? Rogue Tower was more successful. But it could also be because it was the first. Like the first in this way. Maybe it wasn't the first, but usually, not always, usually the first game always gets most. I like your game, but I personally found Rogue Tower to be more fun. A friend of mine who originally recommended Rogue Tower to me felt the same. Recently he said he can't discern enemies in your game. They bleed into one. Can't tell which one is which. Not sure why, but I'm leaving it here. Can't fully put my finger on why I find Rogue Tower fun. We just need to beat the obesity simulator with 61 sales, right? Yeah, we just need to beat obesity simulator, exactly. Hello, Shiffy, good morning. How's your day going? Good, good. We are now currently working on game play, on balancing. We have about 3 rounds in the game, but I feel like my units are too powerful. They're too strong. They beat through the rounds and then armored enemies appear. Okay, let's see. I want to work on those upgrades here to the left. Let's not go all over the place. Leather helmet. We were about to add something to the leather helmet, right? I wanted to give him physical damage by 10. So more damage on this. Now it has 4 stats though. What do you think? 10% physical damage, 50 health and 20 armor, and ability duration 20%. That's a lot of stats. Or we do, so the idea originally was to give the armor pieces 2 positive stats in terms of damage and 1 defensive stat. So we remove the health, but we give it armor like this. What do you think? Cakez, let's interview your dad on stream. No. My dad doesn't know English. $62 now, actually. Every time we mention the game, it gets 1 more sale. Yeah, true. That's maybe we can actually push the game over time, yeah. A lot of streamers also played Rogue Tower, yeah, and a German YouTuber, a big YouTuber too. Think about armor destruction. 1 hero that will take down high armored units, Cakez. Yeah, you know which unit will be able to take down high armored units? The mage. The mage will be able to beat them very easily. Survivor games have guaranteed Asmongold visibility. Yes, they do. If you want to target Asmongold and build your marketing around that, and that's the most important thing for you, then you should make a Souls-like game or a Vampire Survivors-like game. Exactly. And then somehow advertise that, and it's really easy to do, on his Reddit. And you will be able to make him play, pretty sure. Man, it's fucking hot. Okay, what do I do, guys? What do I do? I feel like that's too much. But I guess I need feedback from you guys. Let's give him the leather helmet. This guy. Actually, we're gonna farm this guy up. We have armor penetration. Then we have physical damage here. And he gets the Wolfang Fist ability. Let's go. I think I'm getting too much gold per round. He does 60 damage. 10% physical damage increase. Which gets better over time, of course. He plays Core Keeper. Yeah, he does play Core Keeper, yeah. I love this. I got kinda unlucky though. I never once bled him, but I guess we just get him down like here. Armor pierce plus 20. We need the gladius. Cakes, make a Souls-like game where instead of souls you collect hair. Yeah, that will definitely bring us more gold to the game, 100%. And what happens if you die, you go bald? That's actually funny, yeah. Damn. Attack radius, armor pierce plus 10. And teeth. That's too far, bro. That's too far. Attack speed, target count plus 1. Let's see. I should be able to beat the armor. Oh. How am I losing? How the fuck am I losing? I'm like smashing. What the fuck? Add blocked. So I deal 100 damage to these skeletons. Damn. Look at this. 1060. What a huge difference.
Am I so out of touch?
Hey, Zemeo. Oh, sorry, man.
No.
Zmayo just subscribed.
You came earlier.
Big tick support for 34 years.
Thank you so much for joining and so much for subscribing again.
Dev equals.
Thank you. Good luck on your dev. Thank you so much, man. 34 years. My man. One of my first subscribers ever. What a giga chat. Sup, Cakez. Hello, Magets up. Good morning. I think you should patent losing hair on dev. Nintendo gonna fuck me. Okay. See, this was round 5 where the wizard would spawn. But I already have him. Okay, I mean, I guess we can just wait and see what happens. I want to see a big bleed, come on. Shit. Look, this guy can get gladius too. Holy moly, these guys are big now. Look at that, 55 bleed, bro. That looks cool. Bleed on skeletons? Yeah. Did you guys know the Japanese are almost all Nintendo side on the lawsuit? Wait, really? They are? Oh, I need to remember this. I need to remember. I want to watch a video today about Nintendo. Why Nintendo is so picky about their patents. Why is that, Zemeo? Why are the Excuse me. It makes sense, you think, because they literally copied a lot of Pokemon mechanics and visuals at the same time. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry for the up. That's interesting. Can I get any upgrades? We almost have 200 monies. 480 is the next. So actually I can't here. But this guy can. I'm gonna give him attack speed and damage. We can almost place another unit. Wait, I'm losing. How am I losing? Wait, bro. How am I losing? What the? Hey! Stop! How do I lose? It's too many. Okay, let's see. How much damage will you deal to these armored dudes? 11? That's not a lot of damage, man. 88 damage. So I still can't beat them, even with maximum armor shredding on my units. I need more armor shredding, more armor pierce. And so you know the crazy thing is, she does maximum damage to them. 35, you see this? So she can easily beat them. Any mage can, but my units can't. So now the question raised here. Should this be like this, or should I make it so that the defender can potentially beat this unit? Should the defender be able to beat him, or do I need to have a different unit in my team that allows me to attack high armored units, because the defender is limited against high armored units? So why do I say this? Because now you have to... How do I explain this? You can put 5 heroes in your team. Like, think Plants vs. Zombies. You give... No, not give. You put 5 units in your team before you go on a mission. And one of those units is the defender. He is not good against physical... No, not physical. God damn it! He's not good against armored units. But, like, so the reason why I'm saying that is because now you have to choose which units to pick to accommodate all of the different types of damages the enemies are resistant to. So if I pick a team that is very strong, that is very weak against armored units, then I lose. Cakez bro says sorry for calling me retarded, or you get a report. Solform got 14 days ban for this. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you're being toxic all the time. That's not nice. Apology accepted. Okay, good. A little base armor piercing for some units maybe to allow them to increase it. Yes. So base armor, like for example here, you can't read it. Let me actually change that now. That's just a UI change. Menu heading, there we go. It uses a plank short. I want a short plank here instead of a big plank. There we go, that looks better now, right? Do you guys hear that? moly. You guys hear that? Someone drill into pipe. I asked a normal question. No, you didn't ask a normal question. I know that. You did not. Fucking can't drink, man. It's too hot. Anyways, so we do have armor pierce here, for example. That's 10 base armor pierce. And I'm probably going to quickly change this node to be percentage-wise. So armor pierce 10%. And I want to have base on items. So what that means is, if you don't have armor piercing by default, this doesn't do anything. But why do we even have it? Oh, attack radius, because this is the melee path, right? So maybe I just make it like this, where I can get some armor pierce, but in the beginning you just need to have a unit that allows you to beat these enemies, otherwise they will just leak. Just like you in Bloons, you need to have a specific upgrade. And some can... Wait, guys. For those of you who played Bloons a lot, can every unit in Bloons... does every unit in Bloons have an upgrade that targets camo Bloons? Can every unit in Bloons destroy lead Bloons? Wow, man, it looks really good. Look at this. He's burning. That feels so good, bro. Look at that, guys. Wow, look at that. Isn't that awesome? Hmm? The reason why the stuff flickers is, by the way, I didn't code it yet. No, not every unit, but most of them, if I remember correctly. Okay. So I would assume that too. Where are they firing? Only using this. Yeah, so the monkey village turns everyone into... yeah, the monkey village can... I hate that, man. Why do you do this? Just fuck off, man. Just get the fuck out of here. Let me read the page. Cakes, we need a pinned wizard now, I think. Towers who are good versus light should not be good versus armor. No, the wizard has magic damage. He's also good versus light. He doesn't attack fast though, so that's his downside. These guys attack faster. This guy doesn't attack as fast. His range is too high though. Path 2, upgrades 2 and 3 cakes. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Gonna go to sleep now. Good night, everyone. Oh, sorry, I missed your message, Zemeo. You linked the video in Japanese, right? Let's see. Yeah, because the guy from Pocket Pair is really hated. Why is he hated? Why do they hate him? There's also my GF who is Japanese and is telling what she sees on her feed. Don't mind if it's in Japanese, because they think it's net positive by killing competition. Sorry, I totally... Yeah, I can't read that, unfortunately. 4 days ago. Yeah, I can't, like, I cannot Asian translate. Scroll down on that wiki page. But I appreciate it, Zemeo. Thank you. Let's see here. My units are taking damage. I'm still winning. My sources are in Japanese. Yeah, they are. I posted a video in Japanese because someone asked for source, I see. And what does the source say? I think the wizard makes a lot of damage considering his attack radius. Yeah, obviously. Implement level difficulty. Yeah. Why do you ignore? I don't ignore anyone, bro. Cakes, do you want to watch a pirate software video? Maybe you could learn a thing or two. Sure, I guess. I mean, sure. I don't think he's toxic. I think he just actually means it instead of, you know, calling me pirate yoinkware or something. Not when Collector asks. No, I don't think Collector has many friends that would do that. Like, has many people that would, like, create an account. Account created 22 seconds. Wait. It's Collector's alt? Wait, you might be right. This guy is just a created account. He created the account and followed on the same day. I think Pirate Software's car engine is more impressive. Cakes likes Titty Cake, Titty Game. Maybe you can get more views if you use the background theme there. Oh my god. You guys... Yo, chat. Is Cake having this Stephen Hawkins arc? Ban Evader, yeah. Stuff like the guy had no problem saying shit about Nintendo before. You're using Pokemon Image to improve their game sales at all, but when Nintendo gets mad, he plays the victim. Which has all of the Japanese people really pissed off. The guy has no problem saying shit about Nintendo before or using Pokemon Image to improve the game sale, yeah. But when Nintendo gets mad, he plays the victim, I see. People are really triggered about Pirate Software being successful. Yeah, they are. I just don't understand. I'm not ban evading. I'm not gonna watch your video though, because like it's too fishy. You create the account and follow it the same day, and you talk the same bullshit that Collector of Stuff talks about. You're too similar to Collector of Stuff. I didn't even link any video. I know. Guys, imagine if this is actually Collector of Stuff, but it's like two personas, right? One of them is very aggressive and talks all shit all the time. The other one is really friendly, but still in the same way, the same, but you know, more laid back and nice in a way. Now, yeah, and now he's talking to himself, you know? And sometimes I get in a fight, Collector's wife, yeah. Imagine, man, rename him to Collector 2, multiple personality disorder, yeah. Dr. Collector und Mr. Off Stuff, yeah. Damn, bro. Imagine all 157 people are Collector of Stuff. Damn, that would be crazy, because that would mean, and you have one viewer, that would mean that Collector of Stuff gave me like a shit ton of money. You know? It's crazy, yeah. Maybe he's just a really loyal viewer, you know, that goes even above and beyond by creating an entire community of bots. Number one fan, yeah. Don't marry him, Cakes. No, that will end badly. Number one fan, yeah. Hey, Cakes, it's me. Your only viewer Collector. For months I have created the illusion that you're streaming to a large audience, but here's the truth. Shut the fuck up, guys. People in the chat are me. And now, for you to be convinced of this, I will send this message from all my accounts. Okay, bro. Okay. Guys. It's a first message? Come on, bro. What are you doing? That's really gonna be your first message? 1 meter, 83 centimeters? Do you have a height problem, bro? Are you self-conscious about your height? Yeah. Hi, Cakes, it's me. Okay, thank you, Chris. Stop with these first messages, man. Plot twist, Cakes' collector, streaming and viewing. Yeah. True. 160 viewers, 2 actual real viewers. Yeah, true. So bandwave incoming. Yeah. I'm banning everyone that types the message. True. Sir Uncle Roth. Okay, bro. Cakes, can you make a paint diagram so that we can see what's good versus what is which unit? Defender good versus crawler, for example. Cakes, what's the plan for the next 1 to 2 weeks? I want to get my demo version done, brother. Get meta progression up. Get to like round 20, 30, something like that. Implement the first boss. That would be awesome. If I get that done. Yeah. Because like I feel like I have most of the systems done. Now it's time to add weather conditions to levels. And then build my first level. Cakes, what did you learn from the call earlier? Any advice you want to take on board? Let me think. Often, many things he talked about I already knew. But one thing that I really liked, which I kind of knew but weren't really thinking about much, is the systems that you can apply to objects in the game. Ah, come on, Toasty Stump. You can do better, bro. You were so nice in the interview. Like the systems applying to different objects. That was really cool. And what do I take away? Like, we didn't really talk about marketing much. What I took away from that as well is that I would probably not get a publisher other than someone like Big Mode. I feel like Big Mode is my best option if I were to get a publisher. But for that, my game needs to be really nice. Really, really good. It needs to stand out from the others. Nice interview, Toxic in chat. Yeah, nice interview, Toxic in chat. Can I be your publisher? No, I don't really want a publisher because I don't want to give away 80%. Yeah, I don't want to give away my money, bro. I worked hard for the game. And then a publisher comes in at the end just to take the slice away? No, I don't want this. I want the money. Cakes, when are you going to do the snow map? When I have 50 rounds. I will do it for only 95%. Can you add a coin? A coin to what? What type of coin? I don't understand.
Code in Gree. My man.
Well, man.
Thank you for $3.
Thank you.
Hi, Cakez.
Yes.
It's me, your only viewer collector. For months I have created the illusion that you are streaming to a large audience. But here's the truth, all these people in the chat are me. And now, for you to be convinced of this, I will send this message from all my accounts.
Is this map going to be in the demo? I don't know yet. I was thinking about it yesterday on the toilet. I can't really tell. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. At least he's donating. Yeah, I could agree. It's crazy. You're so generous, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Thank you. 100% true. Okay, bro. Skull on YouTube. Publisher's job is beating your ass so you finish the game in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, and take your money. Of course, you do the work. They beat you up. They have the control. They put you under pressure. And they get the money. Cool. That's awesome. It's like having another boss, but you're working alone. Is a game publisher similar to the Shark Tank TV program? They basically have resources to advertise and push your game in the right places. Yeah, publishers essentially advertise your game, yes. They contact, so basically what a publisher does is they contact YouTubers, influencers. They do the marketing using Google Ads. They put out Twitter ads. Any ads that you could think of. For example, it could be on a YouTube video, could be on a website, could be on Twitter, could be on Twitch even. Here, you know, you can get an ad from a publishing company here. Yeah, then the big one being they talk to influencers, streamers, YouTubers, TikTokers maybe, depends, right? Better to take 60% of 10,000 sales than 100% of 100 sales. So like it always depends where you go, of course, right? So we talked about this the other day with a mobile developer. And so here's how this works for mobile. On mobile, you do not have an algorithm pushing your game to an audience. You do have paid advertising on mobile. Unless you specifically search for something, it's paid advertising. And so if you want your game to be advertised to a bunch of players, you need to invest money into advertisement, essentially. And so there's not really a big algorithm that pushes your game organically without you doing anything, other than making a good game, of course. And so in that sense, yes, you do need someone, or you need a budget to have the advertisement so that your game gets successful there. And so, but what you can do on PC is much different. On PC, you can focus on Steam first and make a PC game on Steam. And Steam acts like its own advertiser in a way. Steam advertises for you. It publishes for you. And so, yes, you pay Steam 30%, but the traction that you're getting from a good game from Steam alone is so good and so big that it's worth it. And even if you weren't using Steam to advertise your game, which is a terrible choice, by the way, for computer games, PC games, you would still need to advertise your game on a different platform, let's say the Epic Store, and that advertisement would cost you a lot of money. 30%, I thought it might be less. 30% is fine. Is Google Ads any good? I don't know. I have not tried it yet. I can try it in the future. So what I will do in the future is when my game is out, I will pay money for Google Ads and then see how that influences my game, just to have like a sample size. I don't think it will do much because there's a lot of ad blockers, and yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't see it doing much though. The 30% is also covering distribution costs like servers to download your game from. Yeah, exactly. You're right. And so Steam has has a big cost by having your game on there. So they do need money for that. But a publisher doesn't. A publisher is essentially just marketing your game and then expecting money in return. Steam does the marketing and server costs. I wouldn't use Google Ads for games. There are better channels. I think so too, but I would just want to see how Google Ads would affect a PC game. We will do that. What about Epic Games? I can't really talk about Epic Games. I don't have my game on Epic Store. Like Toasty could tell you more about the advertisement that the Epic Store is doing. Guys, I'm procrastinating. I don't know how to balance my game. We did pin yesterday, but I don't know what to pin next. You know, maybe pin these nuts. The whole day you did 0 on the game. I didn't do 0, but I did almost 0. I did change one item. Didn't I change this item here? Hey. Sorry. Hey? Hey? Oh, I see. I removed the HP. Yeah, I did. What's your stance on procedurally generated levels? Instead of designing the maps, get the code to do it instead. I think it's dog shit. I think that's the worst thing you can do in your game. Unless your game is built around that. But if we're talking about an RPG game, that's the worst thing you can do. Because you ultimately create barren worlds that repeat itself. And those really suck. Do you UX for a bit? It's a quick reward. I want to work on gameplay. It's the hardest part. I know what you mean, but I need to work on gameplay because it's so difficult. The wizard or the next unit that easily beat armor units? We could work on the wizard, yeah, but I want to work on the items for this guy first. I want to give... The player essentially has 2 small items to choose from. And I guess... Well, I guess... I remove the magic mantle and give him... This is a defensive option. This could be an offensive option. So essentially the first line could be, actually it needs to be in the middle, but the first line here could be projectiles. The second line could be the defensive line, and the third line could be the bleed line. Why do I say that? Well, because we have the offensive line here, in the skill tree to the top, on the top, sorry. Then we have a defensive line in the middle, which I have not implemented at all, but think about defensive buffs, buffs that boost HP, buffs that increase attack damage for others, like supporting a little bit maybe, but mostly defensive capabilities. And then at the bottom we have the bleeding path, right? The path that inflicts a lot of bleed and high single target damage. And so we could align that with these upgrades here. Essentially offensive, defensive, bleeding. I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's see here. Let's mark this as A, and then armor up, so that weapon upgrades. Here we go. The defender. We have the wooden sword. That would be after the rusty sword because it's defense. But even though, like, the wooden sword isn't really defense. But okay, let's keep it like that. And for the armor pieces, yeah. Equipment, leather helmet would be in the middle. The eye patch could be for bleeding. Because you look like a pirate then. But the eye patch needs to look better. It needs to have cooler stats. Cakes, the earrings are pinned for the first 1 to 5 rounds, the earnings. So you always have the same money you can work with, and do you have all the weapons unlocked or only... like I didn't pin the earnings yet. Yeah, you're right, Phil. I could pin the earnings, the experience boosts, the experience points, yeah. You can do that, by the way. Thomas Brush was building his games and getting YouTubers to play his game. He would ask them to do the videos in his game and add their character. Yeah, so Thomas Brush did that, I know. You can also, like, also that's what Real Superku did with his game. He wrote to the influencers himself, yeah. That's ultimately what a publisher does too. They write to the influencers and then they play the game, or they don't. And then usually it's based on some sort of commission. That's what the sponsorships are. EXP and money you get plus after rounds bonus. Yeah. So like we will get 1 gold for each kill for now, or 1 seed. The eye patch needs to be more interesting though. The eye patch needs to support bleeding. So what should the eye patch do? No projectile count. Maybe like attack radius minus 10%. It does have a downside, but it needs to have a really good upside. Maybe we add bleed damage. I don't know about it though. 20% bleed damage. Sorry, you are on the background. I am on the background. The iPad? What? Crazy idea. What if you make suns the currency? Because sunlight makes plants grow. I'm gonna get so much in trouble for this, bro. It's a really cool idea. But, you know, photons. It's crazy how you can never see this in game. Can I get a gameplay? There we go. Gameplay picture. It unfortunately already exists, huh? Water drops. We thought about water drops, yeah. I had water drops before. That's ultimately what the tree is for, by the way. The tree has water coming out of it. And he could have water drops instead of seeds. And then everything costs water. Fertilizer.
Gotcha, bitch.
What do you guys think? Water drops a good idea? SteamWorld Heist uses water as a currency. SteamWorld Heist. Who's that? SteamWorld Heist. So the reason, by the way, the reason why I'm so against using anything else other than money is because we humans like coins. And if I mean, do we though? Celeste has strawberries and no coins. But I guess it's a tower defense game. We're talking about a different mechanic here. A different type of game. See, like, people really like this. See that here? I would try to get this. My eyes are fixated on this because it's yellow, it's golden. Like, all of us, we know that that type of thing is money. Mario has coins. Yeah, Mario has coins. Nothing, it's not a TD, yeah. It's not even a pixel art game, looks like. But yeah. Wonder why it's in Germany. In German. That's odd. Plants vs. Zombies use the sun. Yeah, like Plants vs. Zombies use the sun. You're right on that. Cakez asked a question on Kickstarter earlier. This is the response I got. Super cool. There are the bags and well, it's produced. Where? Welcome to our automatic. Please verify if you're human by completing the following sentence. That's not true. This is fabricated. That is not true. No. As long as it's shiny, all of them are something that you can catch. Cakes have area of maps where the sunlight is, where sunlight and changes get extra damage / ability when placed in it. It's not fabricated. I don't believe you. Sorry. We work with a company in China but have ensured their quality and work ethics. Okay, bro. This is the email I got. Okay, guys, we're not going to do another interview with Toasty, by the way. There's not going to be another interview. It's actually toxic. Actually toxic. Okay, let's continue. Let's work on the game. All right. So, guys, bleed damage. We can, like, I don't want to make them too similar. Let's go to the, where's the eye patch? Eye patch, demon helm, sickle, bone helm, ruby necklace, magic mantle. Get the magic mantle here. Those two, put them together with the leather helm. Then we can compare them here. Like that. Did you fill in those? Super cool. This is what happens when you don't pay for labor. Okay, he used browser inspect element to change it, Cakes. Better not say right now. Okay, bro. I'm pretty sure the answer was GigaChat. Yeah, I think so too. Okay. What do we do with the... Oh, wait. I wanted to have another item in the middle, right? No, actually, the middle is the magic mantle. The left one would be the leather helmet. Wait. The left one, leather helmet, together with armor penetration. One defensive buff, two offensive buffs. So we get physical damage and ability effect duration on the leather helmet. Let's say we keep that. We're going to ignore the magic mantle for now. The eye patch. It doesn't give me any defensive bonus, but it needs to be really strong. If I just get 20% bleed damage, that's not a lot of damage. But I could get like a base value of bleed damage. Let's say 20 base DPS for bleed. Oops. Whoop. Base. Sorry. And then we could get... like, okay, so we have cooldown reduction. Would cooldown reduction make sense in a bleed build? I don't think it would make sense in a bleed build. However, I do want to use a stat that also affects other abilities. So for example, if I get cooldown, it affects this ability too. So I could potentially bleed duration. Like, so what I want to avoid here is obvious builds. I want to have enough variety. So let's say this one right here, the eye patch. Okay, let's create a save point here and build this really quickly. It should be shuffled around now. There we go. The eye patch. If I give the eye patch too much bleed centered stats, then it only makes sense to put the eye patch together with the bleeding weapon. I want to avoid that.
Gotcha, bitch.
Because I want to give the player options. Let's say I chose to go down the bleed route, or not the bleed route, where I went into projectiles. The eye patch should still give me something that makes it worthwhile to pick up, even though I'm not going for bleed. And this is where different stats affecting different abilities in different ways will come in. It's called emergent gameplay in a way. So for example, one way to make a gameplay emergent is like this. I have an ability in the game called Ice Wave. Okay. And the Ice Wave is cast over a duration. I'm gonna show you how that looks. Ice Wave is this ability right here, and this is what it looks like. You see this? It hits the enemies. Okay, every time the enemy is there, boom, boom. This is what it looks like. Okay, I need to fix some of the collision detection for it. That's fine. And what I can do here is I can give the, let's see, let's mark this as B and then jump back to A and then do equip upgrades, defender. What we could do here is hero mage. And then the first upgrade would be item iron ring. Let's see what that looks like. The iron ring is not unlocked, is it? Oh wait, there's an issue. I didn't create a... Yeah. Let's say that. Alright, so we have the iron ring here now. It's behind me. But essentially the iron ring could give me... Let's go to iron ring. Let's see. Iron ring. Over here. It could give me a stat that instead of energy generation, it gives me a stat ability effect duration, and I increase that by 100%. I make the ability last twice as long. Now take a look at what happens when I give myself the money to buy the ring. Ability effect duration plus 100%. Take a look. Nah, he shoots in the wrong direction now, of course. This one makes more sense. Hopefully. You see how long they last now? See this? How far this flies? Because the ability lasts longer, a generic stat changed how the ability behaved. Okay? And so, using that, I could say, okay, well, I want this to be by minus 50%. And let's hope that that still works, by the way. Not ground slam. It was down there. Ice wave. Ability duration divided. Spike count. So if I do... How do I calculate ability duration by the stat, right? If I decrease this by 100%. Is it then... 1 second? How much is it now? Right now it's 2 seconds, okay. And then we go, let's mark this as B, jump back to A. Do minus 100%. Looks laggy. Either animation needs more frames or maybe spawn the eyes closer to each other. The game's running at 10 FPS. This is what it looks like. It's not laggy. Aha. I don't have any duration. Minus 100% is... So I guess minus 50%. Ability effect duration. Minus 50. See how slow it is now? How short? Because it has a very short duration. Right? And so I can affect this using the stat. Which ultimately is not something I'm going to tell the player... But the player will figure this out through gameplay. If that makes sense. You understand? And so that's essentially what I'm trying to build into my abilities as much as possible. And so when I say, okay, well, I have the defender in my game. And he uses, let's say, bleed. And then he also specs into bleed. And I happen to use... no, not use. I always say use. I hate that. I happen to choose a different upgrade for him. It should still give me something. And so that's what I'm trying to get to now. It needs to make sense. Why don't you use the same system as your skill editor to adjust these values? Because this is ultimately just a JSON file. I don't need an editor because this is already the editor. Like, it's literally updated in real time. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to code anything. It's just there. Now, obviously, I can't have mods like this because it's literally in the C++ file, but otherwise. Oh, by the way, Heli Nathan, thank you very much for following, and Margot Quista, thank you very much for following. Welcome, you guys. Good morning. Why don't you use the... Actually, you read that already. Cakes. You already have or have planned about enemies that can help each other, like an enemy that's able to heal or apply armor. Yes, I thought about that or something. By the way, nice game so far. I like your system. It's educational and interesting. Like your stream. Oh, man, thank you. Great work. Ooh, thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Thanks so much for the kind words, bro. I think it's educational. Yes, we talk about a lot of game dev related stuff, and I love this. It's awesome. I learned so much by streaming. Yeah. Would I have released the game faster? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it would be worse. So, man, what do I give him though? That's the big question. What do we give him here? The eye patch. If I give it generic bleed damage. So bleed damage is essentially physical damage. But I already have physical damage here. 10%. So what would make sense? I could, so which ones are like crossover stats? Let's make a list. Let's call this crossover stats.
Gotcha, bitch.
Let's put this here. Something like that. So for example, a crossover stat is duration. Every ability has duration. That's something I can affect. Cooldown. By the way, Sloth, good morning. Hello there. What is that fucking emote? Good morning. Thank you so much for following, bro. Damn, that's a long name. What is this emote? Sloth, animals, and nature. Good morning. We have cooldown. What else do we have? Cost. But it's essentially, yeah, cooldown if we don't like cost, energy cost. We are not at energy yet. I have to think about energy very hard before we do that. We have cost, cooldown. No, we don't have cost. We have duration, cooldown. What else do we really have? Let's take a look. I mean, we have generic damage. If I click that sloth emote, my browser crashes. What the fuck? You do? Really? What about damage conversion skill? This guy won't have damage conversion. He will always have physical damage. There will be no damage conversion for him. There will be characters that have damage conversion, but this guy won't. This guy is literally just a physical guy that is supposed to be a buffer, defensive buffer for your team, and maybe a tank. Attack speed is determined by cooldown. No, cooldown is just the recharge rate of the ability. So for example, you can see here that Shield Orbs has a cooldown of 32 seconds. It takes 32 seconds to recharge this ability. Now we need to figure out another stat that affects Shield Orbs in the same way, maybe not the same way, but in a different way than Wolfang Fist. So for this, duration would work for both of these. Duration here makes the shield orbs last longer. Duration here makes the bleed last longer. Physical damage makes this ability stronger and the bleed stronger. So the initial damage is higher and the bleed is higher because of that. Physical damage makes this ability deal more damage. Projectile speed only affects this ability. Cooldown affects both abilities. I pressed the emote and the house exploded. Bro, this sloth is freaky. What the fuck? I did it 3 times. All 3 times it freezes my browser. What do you mean? You clicked that emote. For me it works. That's odd. Okay. Let's take a look at some of the stats that I have in the game. What do we have? What can we norb here? What can we, you know, which knobs can we drehen im Englischen halt, ne? Health, health regeneration, energy, let's get rid of that. Knockback. Knockback doesn't have anything to do with these two. Movement speed, damage multiplier. We can have generic damage, but that is also physical damage. We have bleed chance. Physical reflect. You can turn on my knob, Cakez Chan. What are you saying, bro? Attack speed. I mean, I could go for generic attack speed. Base attacks are also very strong, right? I might have an item that just gives me attack speed. Let's say the eye patch. Well, but the eye patch is bleed damage. I mean, the eye patch could be attack speed, cooldowns, and bleed damage. Or bleed chance. Maybe bleed chance. It enables me to bleed without using this weapon. Maybe. But a higher bleed chance is always better. I guess, like, this comes down to testing, right? It does come down to testing. So, for example, this is what I wanted to do earlier. Let's say we have an item that gives us 10 damage. I actually know the breakpoint already, though. Let's see. Let's do 0 here. It takes us... let's see. A crawler takes 4 hits. With an upgrade to 55, it takes us 3 hits. Okay? Now, let's say we are on the first upgrade. And it's 55 damage. Now the third upgrade here, this one is where we can test values. We currently need to hit the enemy 3 times. Let's say one of these upgrades here is the 2nd level upgrade, okay? Keep that here, that's very important. Fucking laggy, I'm just making it smaller, bro. What the fuck?
Good morning, Senor Cakez.
Oh, hello! Sturdy Post, good morning.
I don't want to be like Cakez.
How's it going, sir? Man, good morning, sir. Let's see here. I want to turn this from 3 hits to 2 hits. So I would need to reach 80. Oh, Sloth, thank you very much for 25 bits, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, man. It's nice to see this community blooming. Yeah, it is. It is. It's really cool. Talking to a lot of people. It's awesome. I love it. And you know, the feedback on YouTube is also great. I love it too. Whether that be on the dev channel or on the main channel. It's really cool. I try to not break anything else. CakesCon next year? No. Absolutely not next year. My daughter will be level 1. Guys. Okay, let's see. I want to get down to 2, and that's a breakpoint of 80 physical damage. So what I would need from these is upgrades. Excuse me. Sorry. 80 is too much. Oh, wow. 0.2. What the fuck? No CakesCon? Let's see. 20% increased physical damage gets us to 66, which is not enough. That's not enough to... Oh, wow, that's so close. To get down to 2. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Ah, because it takes this final value. I see. So 20% physical damage increase brings us to 66 damage. And then we still need 3 hits to kill the enemy. That's the one we have to take a look at. And so... But let's take a look at other enemies. So for example, over here, we have a physical damage increase by 20%. Let's do 0 by now. For now, that is 5 hits. No, 6 hits for the Dark Crawler. So we are currently comparing the Defender against the Dark Crawler, who is a very fast enemy running in the level, right? It takes 6 hits to kill him. We increase our damage by 10. Now it takes 4. And that turns to 5 hits. 10% physical damage is already a huge upgrade against these guys, the Dark Crawlers. That's really good. And the skeleton? It's 4 hits, 5 hits. 5 hits, 4 hits. It's the same. What about 20%? Are you going to generate any graphics with this data for fun? No, I don't generate any graphics. Lol. Using a sheet to actually is a smart way to simulate or visualize such things. Yes, bro, yes, Rexnash. We learned that the other day. That's why we are doing it right now. It's a really cool way to balance the game.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Mr. Underscore Rios 123 just subscribed.
Thank you, Mr. Rios.
For 1 year.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, man. Welcome to the community of, you know, we only have the best game developers in chat here. Top of the line. Smart people. Okay? You made the right choice. Welcome. Exactly. Yes. Okay, let's see here. 10%. 0. Does that work like this? Yeah, it does. 10% turns it to 5 hits. 0 turns it to 5 hits. 0.1 turns it to, keeps it at 5 hits. 0.2. Still 3 hits. Still 4 hits here. 0.03 or 3.03. So essentially what I'm trying to do right now is find an increase in physical damage so that we get the skeleton down from 5 hits to 4, or between the upgrades this goes from 4 to 3 or something. And with 20% increased, it's still not enough. So if I give an item 20% physical damage against the skeleton, it wouldn't do anything. Are you going to pass this CSV and use it in your game for values later on? I use this CSV to prototype values and use those values in the game, and then I play test the game myself to see how it feels. And if the game feels good, then I keep it in the game. If it feels too easy, I change it. And yeah, so currently I use this spreadsheet to figure out certain ideas, to give myself ideas. If the player doesn't finish the level, does he get any rewards? Yeah, you get the gold you earned as a reward. And you get the experience points you earned by finishing the number of rounds you managed to finish. So let's say you beat 3 rounds in the game and then you lost. You will have earned about 300 experience points, and that is at least 1 level up if you're level 0. And maybe, let's say, 20% towards the next level up if you're level 10. Let's just toss in some numbers. And so you always gain something by playing the game. There will never be, unless you can't even beat wave 1. Then you should uninstall the game. Like, I can't help you there, bro. Like, yeah. You know, I'm gonna at least, you know, beat round 1, but... Yeah. Like Cakes, dude, I beat round 1. What if you will use this exported CSV so the game will pass it automatically? I mean, if... Yeah, I answered that, yeah. Does increased physical damage affect bleed twice? Is bleed based on the initial physical hit? Yes. So increased physical damage makes it so that you deal... So this is how it works, by the way. Increased physical, let's do a bleed chance. Let's say we have bled the enemy, right? Getting bleed DPS looks like this. Essentially what I do is I get the physical damage, and that physical damage obviously takes into account if it's increased by, let's say, 20%. Okay, and then I multiply that by the damage multiplier too, but that's beside the point. Let's say we don't have this, I just get the physical damage, the base, plus everything that's increasing it. Plus 20%, plus 10%, you know, let's say that's 100 physical damage. I take that damage, and then I do, let me see here. I do armor penetration, armor piercing, armor calculations. Reduce that damage. Let's say we don't have any armor, so armor doesn't change it. I'm not lagging, I'm just trying to explain it in a good way. And then I take that physical damage and generate bleed damage per second for that. And this is something I still have to work on. Excuse me. Because let's make an example. Like it's much easier for me to make an example in here. So let's say we have 100 physical damage, okay? And then the enemy has minus, and we do minus 20 for armor. Then that means we have dealt a hit of 80 on the target. Now we take that 80 and we multiply that by 0.4. 40% of the hit goes into the bleed damage. And so this right here is where we do bleed. And you know what? I don't want to do 40 right now because, you know, it's much more annoying to calculate 40 in this example. Should have done a better example. So we're going to do 50% of physical damage converts to bleed. So we start out with a base value of 40. Now, and then once we have this base value, I add to that additional bleed damage in the game. That could be, for example, do I have this on the game, on the item here? The eye patch has bleed damage plus 20. So, okay, we wear the eye patch. We get, and that is another stat that can be increased as well. Plus 20, plus 50%, that would be 30. But let's say we get the bleed damage from the game plus 30, right? Now what I have here is a value of 70. Okay. Now that I have a value of 70, that is the damage that I'm going to deal per second. That is DPS. And I guess I'll make that in white. Or like, yeah, let's do this in white and one more thicker. Okay, so this is DPS. Now, when we have this 70 DPS, what I need to do to convert that into the real damage, I get the duration for the bleed. And that would be 2 seconds, let's say. So ultimately, I multiply this DPS by 2. And then the final value will be 140 damage. That's how bleed is done. So when you're asking, does physical damage increase if I have, you know, plus 20% physical damage? Does that increase the bleed? Yes, it does. Short answer is yes, it does. Long answer is here. Cakes, so you can have slightly unbeatable levels that are, after a little bit of grind, will become beatable. I mean, is you don't have to push the balancing perfectly. Yeah, I can have like kind of unbeatable levels. Yeah, you're right. So like I'm not really... So the cool thing about this, in my opinion, is if I have a lot of knobs that all affect stuff in different ways, I can give more generalistic stats to items, and then out of nowhere, a certain combination of items and skill tree power-ups will create this overpowered character that just functions in an interesting way, like in Path of Exile. That's ultimately what I want to go for. Okay, and so I'm trying to add as many connections as possible. And so when I say, okay, duration is increased by 20%, that affecting this duration right here, to turn this to 2.4 seconds, that's ultimately a knob that is turning bleed and making it more powerful, but it's not really expected to be on, I don't know, the bleed path. It's from somewhere else. But you could still pick it up and it will help you with your bleed stuff. And the 20% is not, again, applied to the red numbers, so bleed formula. No, the 20% is not applied again. It takes the 80 as a base, multiplies it by a multiplier, then takes 40 as a base, adds in the bleed stuff that is completely separated from physical stuff, and then turns that into DPS. And that brings me to a bug. The bleed DPS here is calculated wrong because I need the duration. Essentially, what we need to do here is we have the physical damage and multiply that by, you know, that's the multiplier here, 40%, right? I can write a 40% of physical damage goes into bleed damage as base. Now that we have the damage, then we get the bleed damage. Actually, we need to get the stat value for bleed damage. Bleed damage. And then we have a dot multiplier and we do damage plus equals the bleed damage. And then we multiply that by dot multiplier. That's another knob. Essentially, we have damage over time multiplier. It's taken from PoE. I don't need it, but I have it. So it's essentially any damage over time effect you do, whether that be poison, bleed, fire, maybe some other damage over time effects that I don't have yet, they will all be increased by this dot multi, okay? But by default, at the moment, this is just one. And then we need to turn this into DPS. Const float DPS is... Const float duration is get bleed duration. We don't have that. Get stat value on stats dot values on stat bleed duration. There we go. So we get the duration and then we multiply the damage times the duration. That gives us DPS. No, wait. That's not true. Yes, we do. Yes. Essentially, no, wait. So this is DPS. Sorry about this. This is DPS. DPS 2. So wait, this is DPS. And then the damage is the DPS times the duration here. And then we return the damage. And then this is no longer called get bleed DPS, but get bleed damage. Why do I need it to be bleed damage? Because of the way Yeah, it does .dps, which is not true. So essentially, and this is so cool. Can I give another shout out to Mr. Who Am I, who joined the chat just at the right time when we were talking about burning buffs and damage over time effects and how you can stack them. So essentially, when I do bleed in the game, it's so awesome. I always deal tick damage is the DPS divided by the ticks left. Yes. So that's not the .dps though. That's the, let's go do float full damage, or basically damage. And then we use the buff damage. Has many different names. This is so cool. So basically the way this works is, right, let's say you have a burning debuff on an enemy, right? It lasts this much. This is a burn. And you want to tick this burn, right? You want to do ticks. You don't want to do this over time, like where you do, let's say, 1 damage every frame. You want to tick it, let's say, over here in these, at these intervals. These would be the ticks. The way you could do this is you calculate the full damage of the burn. Let's say that does 100 damage. Okay, and you know that you have, what can we divide by 4 really nicely? Let's say 120, that's better. Let's say you want to do 120 damage with the burn. The total damage. That's the total damage, right? You want to tick 4 times. Now, the first time what you do is you tick you deal damage 120 divided by 4. And that would be the ticks. So the 4 would be red. Now, how much damage would that be? Well, that's... actually, how much is this? 30? 30 damage. And now what you do is you scratch that. And what do you have left here in this location? You have 90 damage left. Okay, you get rid of 120. You minus the damage, now you have 90, but you also have 3 ticks left. So that means the next time you do 90 divided by 3. Now how much damage is that again? That's still 30. And what do you have left? Well, 60 damage left to do. And what you can do then when you want to apply, let's say you are here in the timeline, you want to apply another burn. That does another 120 damage. You manage to apply one again. Well, what you do here is you add those together. You have 60 plus 120, now you have 180. And you still keep track of the ticks, right? So the ticks will be here, 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 and here. So essentially this part right here will be discarded. You don't take that. Essentially you let the buff tick until here. You still want to do 4 ticks. And then now what you do here is you do 180 divided by 4. And that doesn't work, does it? I'm not good with math. Actually it does, 45. And so the damage you would deal here would be 45. And if you don't apply another buff, it would be 45, 45, 45, 45. That's essentially how that works. And so I don't keep track of the DPS, I keep track of the full damage of the buff. That's what it looks like here. Someone is at the door. Why is there everyone on the door every day, man? Bro, leave me alone. Yeah. Okay. I got a package from my boss. I got a package. What? This shit again? Cakes, have you thought about becoming a special ED teacher? I think that's where your skills lie. Maybe it's a dildo that you can add to the ball? Shut up. Don't show the camera, the package, it will leak your address. I know. I just showed a part of the package that is not showing the camera, the address. We did that in the past. I almost leaked Bizol's address, yes. I apologize 10 million times, but yeah. And you know what the issue was? Like, I showed it once and then I accidentally showed it again. You did leak it? No, it was not, you couldn't see it. It was inedible. Not inedible. How do you say this, guys? When you cannot make it out what it is? Not inedible. No, that's like eating. Unreadable? No, it's not obscure. No. No, that's not it. Not that. Illegible. Thank you, Mr. Ramis. Yes, illegible. True. So we just fixed tick damage is the damage divided by the ticks left here. So that's... We just fixed, by the way, the bleed damage, which means we deal more bleed damage now. So I have to I have to restart this to test the level again with the skimitar. Currently, we are working on different upgrades paths today, Ramis. Currently, I'm working on, different upgrade paths, giving units good stuff to upgrade. Oh, wow, look how big the bleed is now. Wow, look at that. Damn, that feels so good. Nice. Look at those. It's like 15 damage each hit. Damn, almost one person is enough. Kill him. Yes. Bleed him. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I'm leaking. It's round 1. Bro. I mean... Okay, like, I will be happy if I get an upgrade done today that is affecting both the bleed. What if I do this? I want to test this. What if I get 20 bleed damage? Let's test. I get that weapon and this. Holy, 28 bleed damage just by normal hits. Holy. Wait a minute, that turns 3 hits into 2. Damn. Look at this, guys. Maybe. It's gotta be a chance. Fuck. Damn, I'm killing them much better. Okay, I think, man, I wanna, it's like base item, right? 20 bleed damage base. Should we do 20% bleed damage? Should we try that? Reminds me of Soma Prime Warfare. Cakes, bro, bleed is literally a copy of Bloon's glue gunner effect. Are you stupid? Reminds me of Soma Prime from Warfare. It's quite a big slash. It has quite a big slash status and enemies bleed after the shot. Smiley face. If you redo tick debuff damage code one more time, I will take back my gifted subs. I won't, but this was bugged, bro. I was taking the DPS as the base for the ticks, and so someone would inflict 50 bleed damage. That is DPS. It would be turned into the full damage, and over a duration of 2 seconds or 2.4 seconds, and it would literally be worse to skill duration because the bleed duration would not... It was basically bugged, okay? I needed to fix the bug. Come on, man. How does how does 20% bleed damage turn 15 to... No, it wasn't 20%. This is a base value of bleed damage. Every time I inflict a bleed, I deal a minimum of 20 damage. Almost everything is bugged. You will find this out during closed testing anyways. Yeah, but I found that out now. Come on, I want to get at least one item done. The eye patch. Come on, guys. We can do the eye patch, okay? Eye patch. Cooldowns. Bleed damage. Attack radius. What if we do bleed damage plus 20%? It does go for bleed, but it also gives us cooldown. But it gives us less attack radius, so that's bad. So it's like two bad things. Why would I ever do this? For cooldown reduction? More content, less bugs fixing, speed, speed, speed. I'm working on it. Okay, the content is right here, the eye patch. That's the content. I need to make this worthwhile. What type of stats do we have? We have armor pierce. We have armor, we have block chance, we have cooldown reduction, we have ability effect duration. So these are the two that I would always use. Then we have fire damage doesn't do anything, cold damage doesn't do anything. I guess lightning damage doesn't, poison doesn't do anything. Targets. We could attack another target. So we now hit 3 targets, but that's really OP. Sorry, I had meetings all day, not a single line written. I will take this out on you. Okay, bro. Okay. What if we add another target? Is that OP? Does this eye patch look like it could give us another target that we can attack? It's too OP, right? Pirate, guys, I'm gonna ban you. Stop it. Meta progression, true damage, shield orb count, friction. Cakes, is it me or is that or you that smells like shit? You are banned. Goodbye. See you, bro. 10 minutes, bitch. Boom. Get out of here. Wow, I mean attack speed. We could go for the generic attack speed. More attack speed means bleed applied more often. Maybe I give it attack speed. So like, you are a pirate, right? You are full of adrenaline. Yeah, that's Butter. And so you attack faster because you are listening to the Pirates of the Caribbean song. And that makes you attack 15% faster. True. Yeah, we figured it out, guys. So attack speed, it is. How much? 10 or 15? Is 15 too much? I feel like these things are way too crazy. This guy just won't stop. Can't click on messages. Why can I not kill messages? Anyways, I'm just gonna ban collector. This guy's trying to make me stop him from banning. No, goodbye. 12. You think 12% would be good? Okay, let's do 12%. I fat finger that. Okay, we have attack speed now. What about the other stats? Cooldown. I don't really think cooldown does anything useful here. He wrote a bunch of messages before you banned him. Very naughty. Very naughty. Let's see here. Quickly checking YouTube if there are any messages, because it likes to bug out. No, good. Eye patch. I don't really have many knobs to turn. I have cooldown reduction, duration. I mean, I could, let's say, use duration. But then, like, with these generic things... You know what? I know what the eye patch gives me. It gives physical damage. By, let's say, 10%. Wasn't it 10% physical damage increase? Wouldn't that make... turn something from... not the crawler. not the dark crawler. Wait a minute. Maybe it does. Am I stupid? $20? Wait. Was it on the skeleton? It went from 4 to 2. 0.2. Wait, from 4 to 3. Wait a minute, no. It goes to 4. From 5 to 4. The dark crawler. If we get 12%, we get 12. What about 0.1? Wait, that's odd. Am I dumb? I don't understand. 0. We have 4 hits to attack. Here it is. 66. So essentially, if I have 10% boost, we are still hitting him for 4 times. Yeah. Still 4, actually, yeah, 4 hits. So what about 0 is 4 hits. 20% is still 4 hits. The skeleton is almost 3 hits here. But it's not 3 yet. So even 20% physical damage increase doesn't turn this to 3 hits. From 4. Even 5. Damn it! Almost done with balancing, I see. Because the base is low, it's 55. Yes. We are starting out with a 55 damage weapon. I mean, we could also say, okay, well, instead of 55, we use 65, right? Then we could see the difference if the what is it called? If the item gives us 10 more physical damage, we can see that we are close, right? We are almost down to 3 on the skeleton, and yeah, we're not even close here. We are not even close here. So the upgrade of 10 physical damage when going from 55 base to 65 doesn't give us a meaningful upgrade. It doesn't feel rewarding because we are not making enemies die, let's say 30% faster. But maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe it's fine if 10% physical damage is enough, because we also get attack speed and we get cooldown reduction. Maybe that's just really good in general. So 10% physical damage could also affects bleed, of course, but it's useful for other builds too. Maybe we just keep it like that. Yeah, I think we just keep it. So we lock this item in. 10 physical damage, attack speed and cooldowns. So I could potentially go for this over weapons, but weapons are just better. And then I'm just gonna make it a rule where items are 3 stats and weapons are 2 stats. At least on tier 1. To account for attack speed change calculation from hits to kills into seconds to kill. Yeah, this is here. It's the time, essentially. I don't have a difference for attacks right now. But I would essentially have like a base time and then a time that is affected by attacks per second, and then would be like another thing in the list here. But I don't have that yet. But yes. Let's just see how this plays. We're gonna place this guy here and he gets these 2 stats. Let's see. I wanna see. Wow, 60 damage and 16 bleeds. You see this, guys? Damn. Is he strong enough though? Wow, it's crazy. He's easily killing them. With both I like that. So before, I wasn't able to beat this wave alone. Now that I changed this item, I can beat the wave alone, and I can now get my first ability, and I can spawn another unit. I like it. Guys, we are getting somewhere. Yes. It's awesome. Stacker, your nice game reminds me a lot of Hardbound. It's actually made by a streamer called Pirate Software. He's also a game dev. Now he's spamming on YouTube. Clap. Yeah, we're making good progress. That's awesome. Now we also need to somehow not finish. Beat this wave. Oh, I'm leaking. And I have no way. Oh, I could have gotten another item though. Shit, I was leaking. That's bad. I could have gotten another item though with meta. Well, not without meta progression. Yeah, maybe this is just not the best place to start. Or I need to give the player more... more money. Oh, I got so unlucky with bleeds. Let's do this. Oh, big bleed on the guy. Damn. Damn, 50 bleed damage. He got smacked. Cakez, may I ask you a question? Everything that is needed for the demo is done, and the only thing that's left is balance. Not only that. We also need this right here. We need to add a gameplay loop where you can spend money outside the level. And like, so basically we need to fill this up a bit with some interesting stuff. The loading and saving of this is already done. We don't need to change that at all. And then I need to just find, I guess not find, but I will have to implement item unlocking in an interesting way, essentially. Right now it's just more or less random. We do have some code that unlocks items, but that needs to be a key part of the game too. Balance should be done last. This is part of balance. Adding in more of these is part of balance. You do realize that, right? Because this changes the game. And so I need to do this in steps. Okay? Really important. A more balance until other things are done is pointless. No, let's not talk about this again. We talked about, like, watch the game balance video, okay? What I'm doing right now is I'm building pins, okay? And in order to build a pin is I start somewhere, I pin that, I lock that in, and then I add something else like a fireball to the list, and then I pin the fireball after I've pinned some other things that I want to have pinned, okay? And that is making it easier to add new abilities to the game later on because I have pinned most of the stuff. Okay? Do you see how that works? You would add something new and balance the entire game again. No! You balance the thing that you added new to the game, to the pins that you have put down. So you pin the defender. You say, okay, the defender needs 4 hits for the crawler. Then you add a new hero. And you say this hero needs 3 hits for the crawler, but he attacks really slowly. And then you have a similar hero, like you... And over the course of the same time, maybe they both defeat the enemy, but in different ways. And so that's balance. We will see. We shall see, yes. I think I'm on the right track, bro. Okay? I think I'm right. Abif is fishing for a ban. He's always fishing for a ban, bruv. Anyways, so I think that the eye patch is... I'm gonna keep it like this for now. I'm gonna test... instead of the Wolfang Fist, the Shield Ops ability. Let's see. I want to use this. Let's see. I placed 2 units. I have such a smart idea, I think. Do I? Cakez, I'm sorry, but Ebev is right. If you pull that shit, you will lose. I don't give a shit about chat's opinion on this, okay? I don't care. I know I'm right, okay? You are wrong. I'm gonna do this, by the way. Take a look at this. $16 damage. Damn, bro. I have such a smart idea. I wanna test this. I wanna test this so badly. So we did patch the eye patch, right? We did do the eye patch. I just wanna test something. Stat, bleed damage. And then I give it a base value of 20. Okay? And then instead of cooldown reduction. I wanna test if I can go for projectiles that bleed with a very high base. I just figured out a build, guys. I figured out a build. Does the thing have cooldown reduction? Actually, I need cooldown. So instead of let's give it attack, let's give it cooldown. That makes more sense. It will all make sense in a second, guys. Come on, work. Come on, work. Work! You see the bleed? Wait a minute. Oh my god. Guys, I found out a build. It is... These shields don't deal much damage, but they inflict a high bleed because the bleed is like a base value. You see that? Damn. And they hit a lot. Damn, look at the 70 bleed damage. What? Dude. I love this. This is it, guys. This is going to be it. Back to the balancing table. No, that's fine. It's gonna be overpowered. That's okay. I think I like this. This is awesome. If the shield inflicts bleed, the sprite should have spikes or saw teeth or something. I can't do that, bro. It's a fucking... I'm alone. I can't do all of these different combinations. You said you didn't want to OP things. Yeah, but for the first gameplay test... to see what players are doing. I just figured out my own build for the first time, right? That's my own build. My first ever build. I think that's fine. How does it deal bleed damage then? Well, it's like this, okay? So the way the build works is like this, okay? You have bleed. Is physical damage 40% plus its own bleed damage, let's say base, bleed damage. Okay, and so an example of this would be, you know, that now that we know this, we can have, let's say, 10 physical damage plus a very high base value of bleed, let's say 100. You see this? Now, in total, we have 110 damage. And so I know that the Shield Orb's ability, it does minus 30% physical damage. So it nerfs my damage output because it has like 3 missiles that fly around me and deal a lot of damage. And so the way this works is I just have a very high bleed base so that even the low physical damage, it doesn't matter. It could be, this could be 0. I still have this. That's the idea for the build. And that is available to me because I did a small change to the item here, to the eye patch. I turned it from a bleed damage base. I gave it a bleed damage base of 20. So you always deal 20 damage. 5 fella,
Master
yeah.
M. The calculations are in hand M.
Guys,
the powers of your brain are overwhelming.
Guys, are you stupid?
Like, do I really have to explain you pixel art? This
right here, these are spikes on the shield. Can you see that? These are spikes. The shield is spiky.
Do you not know how pixel art works? Bleed is obviously trash. Autocast single target spell in a TD game. Nah. Ah, shut the fuck up, bitch. Go eat a dick. Anyways, so that's how it works. And I want to see how much... Oh my god, 14 damage bleed on the skeleton. But I deal 1 damage. You see this? It works. And it also works. I have a low bleed chance, but I just have so many hits. Damn. Look at this. Huh? Guys, the first build was spawned today. Uh-oh, I need more probably. The first build. I love this. This is awesome. It actually works. Bleed him. This is awesome. Now play until wave 10. Will be a breeze. No, I don't think so, but we'll see. We have 50 gold. Damn, that's cool. No, that's exactly what I want in the game. This is exactly why I made these systems. That you stumble across these interesting ideas and you figure out how they work together. Alright, we do need more upgrades though. I haven't gone that far, but I guess bleed damage, debuff duration, ruby necklace is a good idea, but it costs 200. I think that's too expensive. Now I do need to go and projectile speed would make it faster, but cooldowns I can use it more often. I guess we go for cooldowns. Yeah, I haven't balanced these weapons yet, so I can only spam this. Yeah. I need to spam this. Damn, that's cool. You know, guys, how important that is right now, today, that I get to this point. You know how long I've been waiting to like figure or find out something about my game that makes it special? And I think that's like the first step to it. This idea right here. This is what's happening right now. The bleed damage of 36, yeah. This right here. This is it. I've been working on this. I've been waiting for this. Damn, look at the bleed damage on this guy. He's just... Damn, that's so cool, bro. It's awesome. Yeah, let's finish the demo. Yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. And we get... more cool. I would like to go for bleed damage here, man, but I need to pick up this. Let's go for cooldowns. Yeah, this guy needs to get the eye patch. And then I'm gonna spawn another one. Which I guess I can put in the middle, kinda. Maybe like this. So that he targets the bottom rows. Still manages... Ah, fuck, I need this. The eye patch. This is kind of useless. Uh-oh, there's a lot of enemies. It's the same build. It is still difficult. Man, it's still difficult. So it's not as easy as, you know, you think it will be. Look at this. They do get through. Let's get some money here. Can you stop interpolated drawing when the game is paused? Yeah, I will do that off stream. I know I have to do this, but I just didn't want to do it on stream. Damn, that's so awesome. Wait a minute. So these guys are almost impervious? No, they do take bleed damage. Yeah, so I need to kill these guys now. These are very high armor targets. Can I wait, can I defeat them with my build? Maybe not. I need more bleed chance. It could work with a lot of bleed chance. I do get them like down by... But these are the very tough enemies that I haven't balanced yet. That's essentially the part of the spreadsheet I'm not there. I'm not on yet here. I didn't lock them in yet. They are not pinned. The same as these skeletons, and maybe I want to give them more HP. But maybe they have been balanced in a good way already. We'll have to see. Time to grind up, time to, yeah. So basically they're all level 2, right? I think they should still win. But yeah. Having fun playing his own game, yeah. Like, I found my first build, you know? And it was only possible because of one item change. That's cool. Nice. Now, I think, what do I do next from here? What do I do next? I guess we need to balance this ability here. And maybe shield orbs? I guess shield orbs is fine. It feels balanced. Maybe it's a bit weak early. It does feel balanced though. Yeah. Yeah, now we need to work on the next upgrade here, which might be a little bit too cheap. I think 200 monies is a bit too cheap. You guys remember the Bloons upgrade system earlier, right? Like Bloons does upgrades like this. So if we have the tiers on the bottom, and these would be the tiers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 behind my head. So I guess we'll do it like this. This is the latest upgrade here, 5. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this would be the cost of money. And then essentially the first 2 upgrade tiers are here. And then there's always like a jump. Something like that. And that goes even higher, right? So it's something like this. And then the next one is even higher. And then the next one. Like sometimes it's close, right? But... And then 5 is not even like it's somewhere in the stratosphere. And so like these 2 right here give dopamine boost. And so I want to keep that, which I guess we have now in the game. We have like a triple dopamine boost. The ability and 2 items. You know, which I think is cool. We do have a lot of dopamine boosts that happen early on. And now I need to balance the cost of the next upgrade. Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Did you say something? No? Okay. Guys, I'm gonna leave you now. We had a good run today. Again, I really appreciate the interview. It was awesome. Hope you enjoyed the interview. Hope you had fun. I really appreciate you guys joining and supporting me on this journey. Following along. Cakez, what was your league rank? You never answered. My league rank? The highest one? Diamond. My current league rank is like silver or something. Piranha, shut the fuck up, Azen. That's fucking toxic, bruh. Cakez release date? To be determined. Soon, TM. Got gamer back in the day. True. Guys, see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Peace. Bye-bye. And on YouTube as well.